in Grenada. Woo! Tuning on the spice side, hear the airwaves free read. On the radio see. No sugar-coated lyrics, no fabricated vibe. Just the raw truth that flow like Mount Quack Tribe. From Grand Ends to St. George, this the people them a shout. Real expression now hide, let your heart pour out. Microphone to the heavens, the signal strong and clear. Voices of the voiceless, the oppressed, the sincere. Real FM are the vessel, your message fill the air. Speak your truth, grenade, away your heart there. Real expression, real connection. 91.9, the righteous reflection. From the hills to the harbor, hear the nation sing. Real FM, the sound will make freedom ring. Real expression, real connection. 91.9, the righteous reflection. From the hills to the harbor, hear the nation sing. Real FM, the sound will make freedom.
Good morning to Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Good morning. Let us pray. Hello. Good morning. So I'm going on the radio.
Not making the rhythm, cocoa in the bass. Real FM hold the mirror to the spice all face. Real up the truth selector, let the people speak. 91.9, no weak heart, no meek. From Carriacou shores to the Crater Lake deep. Real expression loud and the nation loves.
3 minutes past 7 o'clock, sorry. Good morning again.
Good morning to you, Igwe.
Good evening. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. And good morning to Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. This morning, let us give God thanks. This morning, let us greet the Most High God. Let us give him thanks and praise because he chose to wake us up before the rising of the sun, knowing that we're going back down at the same setting. He said, everything that have breath shall rise. Excuse me. He shall rise and praise the name of the Lord, because our God is mighty, our God is loving. Blessed be his holy name. Father, this morning, God, you gave us so much, Father. We asked for so much. And Father, you gave it to us, Father. So we give you thanks and praise. You say in your word, Lord, sons and daughters, give me a heart, and I will give you a kingdom. We believe in Jesus Christ and the blood of Jesus. Without the blood, there is no redemption of our sin, because God's way is merciful. Man's way is revengeful. They are very wicked. But to say, Lord, righteousness exalt the nation, but sin is a disgrace, is a reproach to all man. But all our righteousness are like filthy rags and dead man bones. But we believe in God, because greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. Because God's way, when we look at God and we believe in him, we lift up all our concern, all our hope to him, oh God, because he's the one who will set us free in the name of Jesus. So what a blessing and what a glory to have the Holy One in our life. Let us bow down our head to him and let us say, blessed be the name of the Lord. The Lord God of Abraham is mighty indeed. The Lord God of Jacob is wonderful. We always come to him, oh God. Whatever problem we have, we bring it to the throne of grace. As we come boldly to the throne of grace, we bow our knees to the ground. We lift up our hand to him and we say, mercy, Lord, mercy, I beg. Mercy is my total plea. Help us, oh God, Son of Abraham. Help us, oh God, Father, in the name of Jesus. As we call thee, O God, Master, watch over us, O God, Father. O God, Father, point us to the right direction. Remember us at the gates of mercy. Remember the sick and the afflicted one, Father. Remember them, Father, in the bed of affliction. Remember when they cried a bitter cry to you, Master. Our Father, find help them, O God. Lift them up in grace. Cover them with the blood of Jesus. Remember the young children, all the children who is at home with the parents. Our Father, grant them the spirit of calmness, that they'll be able to be calm and quiet in the name of Jesus, that they will not get themselves into trouble. Remember the parents, Sometimes they worry when they're going to work. Whatever they're doing, they worry about their children. But God is good. He will send his angel to protect them going out and coming in. He will watch over them, and he always will deliver the children in the name of Jesus, because this is our nation children. Father, this morning, oh God, Father, I ask you, oh God, to bless the nation. Remember, Lord, we are your sheep in your pasture. You know us by name and number. You know everything concerning us. You know us by our different voices. When we bend down, oh God, Father, you pick us up. You lift up our head and you're pointing us out to the heaven. You knowing that our love, your grace is coming from there. In the name of Jesus, as I beg you, oh God, Father, Father, remember us, oh God. We are the one who never loses a battle yet, the one who fights for us. We're calling upon the Son of righteousness, the one who helps us, oh God, Father. Bless us and bless them, oh God, Father. Bless all the parents in the name of Jesus. As I give you thanks, oh God. Father, remember the farmers and the fishermen. Remember them, oh God, Father. Sometimes when you meet some, they cry a bitter cry to you because things is not right. They can't look after their family. They can't pay their bills. Ah, Jesus, open a way for us. The bills that is heavy for the people. We are your people, God. And what is not right, Father, we come to thee in prayer that you'll be able to help us, oh God, sweet Jesus. Remember the heavy rain is here. Those under tarpaulin. Ah, Master, I ask you, oh God, Father, remember them at the gates of mercy. Help them, oh God, Father. Help them to cover the roof. Send help for them from your holy sanctuary. Remember them when they cried. The children is getting wet. Our Master, look upon them. Father, I pray for this lady with the children. I pray for her, Father. The children say sometimes they get wet, but Mommy always cover me because she don't want me to catch cold. Ah, Jesus, look upon them, oh God, Father. Put your goodness in the heart of those who is in authority. Put your goodness in the heart. Make them turn them around again. Make them wheel and turn around. Make them know that the people, you put them there to serve the people, and the people are suffering. My Lord, my God, my King. So I bless you, God, Father, in the name of Jesus. I ask you to lift up your hand of mercy. Mercy I ask, mercy I beg. Mercy is my total plea in the name of Jesus. So, Father, as we come to thee, oh God, Father, we thank you for this beautiful morning. We thank you for this morning you gave us, Father, that we are awake and we lift up our hand to the heaven and we tell you, thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for everything. Father, remember all the nurses and the doctors too. Remember them, oh God. All those who are working on the people. Help them, oh God, because we all need help at a certain time, Father. We all need help and we have to know who to go to because you put these people in place to help your people in the name of Jesus. So we give you thanks and praise for that this morning, oh God, Father. Father, look at us, oh God, Father. Remember us, Father. Remember us when we cry, oh God, Father. We cry to you. No one but you could help us. Ah, Father, remember our political leader. Remember how God, Father, sweet Jesus, pass by her this morning. Pass by all the candidates, oh God, Father. Remember them as I lift up each and every one of them to you this morning. You know all of them by name and number. Better yet, you know where they live, Father. Father, put all your goodness into their heart. Make them know they are for the people, for the name of Jesus. And bless them, oh God. Let them do the right thing, oh God, Father. Find them, oh God, Father. Cover them with the blood of Jesus. Watch over them. Remember the strongest one. The one we appoint, you appoint for the leader. Bless her, oh God, Father. Bless her on our bending side. Where she weak, Master, make her strong. And when she's strong, make her stronger still. Because you know her by name and number. Better yet to know where she lives. Visit her in the dark hours of the night. Visit her in the early morning, Father. Put all your goodness into her. Cover her, Father. Make her know you want to appoint her to help the people, Father, in the name of Jesus. As I tell you, thank you, God. Father, this morning, oh God, remember Miss Andre Donald. I bring him to you, Father. Our Father. He's there, Father. Whatever it is, Father, I lift him up and I bring him to you, God, Father. Cover him, Father. Bless him. Watch over him. You know his condition. You know everything concerning him. You know all about him. What can I say to you that you do not know? You know all things, Father. But Father, he awaits for you. He awaits. Speak to him. Oh God, comfort his heart. Whatever it is, Father, I bring him to you and in your mighty name of our Lord, sweet Jesus. He is in your hand, Father. Bless him, Father. Remember Igwe. Remember them in the radio station. Father, bless the young man. Father, he come. Father, he come and he open the radio station. Thank you, God, for him. Mr. P. Father, bless him, oh God, Father. Father, you say you bring them one and you put up another. Blessed be your holy name. So bless them, oh God, Father. Let them work together and bring the information to the people because we are here and we doesn't hear anything. It's only when they come on the radio we could hear what they're saying. So sweet Jesus, I ask you, God, help them, Lord. Remember the bus driver in the rainy season. The rain is coming. Father, bless them. Take the wheel of the drivers and drive them to the safe destination. In the name of Jesus, I give you thanks and praise. Remember my sister Kami. Father, pass by she house, Father. Touch her, oh God, Father. If she is lying down, meet her, Father. Meet her with a meeting spirit this morning and lift her up in grace. Cover, oh God, Father. Help her, Father. She's not asking for silver and gold. She asking for good health. Good health, Father. When she have good health, Father, she is rich. She is rich, but she's rich in Christ. In the name of Jesus. Father, this morning, remember that daughter of yours. Father, she lost, Father. She lost much. But, oh God, Father, do for her what she cannot do for herself. Remember Sister Kenru. Remember her. Remember the problem. Remember what she go through, oh God, Father. Father, pass by. Comfort she heart. Comfort all she household. Make her know that you are the Christ, the crucified one. You suffer much for us. So, God, Father, but Father, she will bear it, but help her to bear it in the name of Jesus. But because sometimes she's up and sometimes she's down, and sometimes she's almost to the ground. So we give you thanks and praise. So, Father, you taught me to say when you pray, we must say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on us as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. We say amen, amen, and amen. Good morning to Igwe, and good morning to Grenada, Caricon, Pitty. Have a lovely weekend. Be safe in the name of Jesus. Amen. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, people get a voice. Real FM. The Xtention. Every Friday, people get a voice. Where real conversation begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for hear the voices in the streets. The Xtention. Bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. Every community got concerns. Every generation got lessons to learn. Parents working hard every day, trying to keep their children on the right way. Some youth searching for opportunity, trying to build a stronger community. Some looking guidance, some looking hope, trying to find a way to cope. The cost of living on many minds. Families trying hard to survive the times. Everybody got a different view, but the conversation belongs to all that we do. No shouting down.
Let us take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
We are Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning to the nation. I read from the Word of God in St. John chapter 15. I am the true vine, and my father is the husbandman. Every branch in me that breedeth not fruit, he take it away. And every branch that breedeth fruit, he prospereth it, that it may bring forth more fruit. Now ye are the cleansed through the word which I have spoken unto you. Abide in me, and I in you, as the branch cannot bear fruit of itself except it abide in me, in the vine. No more can he except ye abide in me. I am the vine, ye are the branches. He that abide in me, and I in him, the same bringeth forth much fruit. For without me, he cannot do nothing. This is the end of the scripture reading this morning.
Thank you very much.
You have a wonderful day and a lovely weekend.
You too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Let us take you on a journey like no other. From the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
We have Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. The Xtention. Where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for hear the voices in the streets. The Xtention. Bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. Every community got concerns. Every generation got lessons to learn. Parents working hard every day, trying to keep their children on the right way. Some youth searching for opportunity, trying to build a stronger community. Some looking guidance, some looking hope, trying to find a way to cope. The cost of living on many minds. Families trying hard to survive the times. Everybody got a different view, but the conversation belongs to all of we too. No shouting down, no turning away. Every voice deserve a chance to say what's on their heart, what's on their mind. Because solutions start when people combine. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for your devices in the street. The Xtention. Bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. The farmers got concerns to raise. Workers talking about modern days. Students thinking about what comes next. Citizens discussing issues and facts. Road safety, education too. Community projects pushing through. Healthcare, housing, youth development. All of them deserve attention. Every color bring a different story. Different struggle, different journey. But every opinion help reveal what the people truly feel. One nation, many voices, different opinions, shared future. When people talk, people learn, and progress have a chance to return. Respectful debate make democracy strong. Listening to each other help move along. No perfect answers overnight, but discussion can shine a light. Everybody want a country grow. Everybody wants success for sure. And when citizens get involved, more problems can get solved. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for your devices in the street. The Xtention. Bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. Yeah. Real FM, the Xtention. Every Friday, people vote. We have Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. The Xtention, where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for hear the voices in the streets. The Xtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear.
Good morning again, folks. As we head over to the Met office, we're speaking with Miss Trisha Miller. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you, listeners of Real FM. It's a cloudy morning here at the airport with some light showers. Winds are from the east at 12 miles per hour. Barometric pressure 1015.7 millibars, which is above the mean and it's rising. Present temperature 26.8 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity 92%. Yesterday's maximum temperature was 30.9 degrees Celsius and the minimum temperature last night was 25.2 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, 6.1 millimeters of rainfall were recorded here at the MBIA. This brings the total for the month so far to 112.2 millimeters. Now the public forecast valid for today and tonight for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The weather is expected to be partly cloudy and slightly hazy with a few light morning and nighttime showers. Winds easterly to southeasterly at 12 to 22 miles per hour. Today's maximum temperature is expected to get up to 31 degrees Celsius. Seas moderate, waves 5 to 7 feet in open waters. Tides will be low around midday and high about 7 p.m. Sunset this evening at 6:26. Sunrise tomorrow morning at 5:50. So just to recap, the weather is expected to be partly cloudy and slightly hazy with a few light morning and nighttime showers. From the Met Office, Trisha Miller.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right.
Let us take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
Yo, Grenada on Tuesday, August 4th.
All bad squad assemble.
Because the thing starts. Get ready for the big one once again. The ultimate mass event is back. Crave. Crave, the birthday edition. Come celebrate with Grenada's mashup ambassador, Boise.
Because I don't give one boy. We don't do it.
Boise, as he celebrates his birthday with you. And for the first time, experience Grenada's first Twilight event. A spectacular day into night edition where the vibe starts early and carries straight into an unforgettable night of energy and entertainment. Come experience non-stop vibes, ultimate mass, and high energy entertainment by Grenada's top performers. All backed by the explosive Bad Squad Band. One day, one night, one massive celebration. We're talking dirty mass, paint, powder, girls, and rum. I'm back in me bag on this road. Tuesday, August 4th, Crave is the event everyone will be talking about.
The new Granville Credit Union debit card has made online shopping easier than ever. Quick, secure, and hassle-free. Just tap, pay, and shop with confidence. Get yours today.
Youths of St. Andrew, are you looking for a new opportunity? If so, Cinder's CMOS Health and Wellness is inviting 5 young people between the ages of 16 and 25 to take part in a free 1-year CMOS farming training program. Participants will receive hands-on training in sustainable, eco-friendly CMOS cultivation along with a monthly travel stipend. And here's the best part, 2 of the 5 places are reserved for young women. To apply or learn more, email ann.harvey0188@gmail.com or send a WhatsApp message to 473-458-9475. Applications deadline Thursday, July 31st, and training begins on Monday, August 17th, 2026. Don't miss this opportunity to gain valuable skills, earn while you learn, and grow a brighter future with CMOS farming. Apply today. Spaces are limited. Cinder's Simos Health and Wellness.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
For 40 years, Answer Coatings Grenada has been part of your story. More than paint, it's pride and care in every drop. As the proud manufacturers of Sissons and Berger paint, we've protected your homes and communities for generations. Answer Coatings Grenada Limited, 40 years strong, 40 years trusted. A legacy in every drop.
There is a difference between shopping and shopping well. For nearly 45 years, Calico has understood that difference. Because great shopping is not just about shelves, it's about standards. A place that feels safe, comfortable, and easy to enjoy. At Calico, quality is not hoped for, it is expected. More than a supermarket, Calico is your wholesale partner, your source for dependable hardware, quality appliances, and everyday household essentials. Families trust the name, businesses rely on the consistency, communities recognize the standard. And the best part? Value that is always practical, prices that are always fair, and deals that are always waiting for you. Because shopping should never feel uncertain, it should feel assured. This is confidence, this is a legacy, this is Calico. Calico, your one-stop shop.
Let us take you on a journey like no other. From the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
Yo, Grenada on Tuesday, August 4th.
All bad squad assemble.
Because the thing's done. Get ready for the big one once again. The ultimate mass event is back. Crave. Crave, the birthday edition. Come celebrate with Grenada's mashup ambassador, Boise.
Because I don't give one boy. We don't do it.
Boise, as he celebrates his birthday with you. And for the first time, experience Grenada's first Twilight event, a spectacular day into night edition where the vibe starts early and carries straight into an unforgettable night of energy and entertainment. Come experience non-stop vibes, ultimate mass, and high energy entertainment by Grenada's top performers, all backed by the explosive Bad Squad Band. One day, one night, one massive celebration. We're talking dirty mass, paint, powder, girls, and rum. Tuesday, August 4th, Crave is the event everyone will be talking about.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of colors.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
The new Granville Credit Union debit card has made online shopping easier than ever. Quick, secure, and hassle-free. Just tap, pay, and shop with confidence. Get yours today.
We have Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. The Xtention, where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for hear the voices in the streets. The Xtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. Every community got concerns. Every generation got lessons to learn. Parents working hard every day, trying to keep their children on the right way. Some youth searching for opportunity, trying to build a stronger community. Some looking trying hard to survive the times. Everybody got a different view, but the conversation belongs to all of we too. No shouting down, no turning away. Every voice deserve a chance to say what's on their heart, what's on their mind. Because solutions start when people combine. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for your devices in the street. The Xtention, bring the people them together, seeking solutions for your better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. The farmers got concerns to raise. Workers talking about modern days. Students thinking about what comes next. Citizens discussing issues and facts. Road safety, education too. Community projects pushing through. Healthcare, housing, youth development. All of them deserve attention. Every color bring a different story. Different struggles, different journey. But every opinion help reveal what the people truly feel. One nation, many voices, different opinions, shared future. When people talk, people learn, and progress have a chance to return. Respectful debate make democracy strong. Listening to each other help move along. No perfect answers overnight, but discussion can shine a light. Everybody want the country grow. Everybody wants success for sure. And when citizens get involved, more problems can get solved. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for your devices in the street. The Xtention, bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. Yeah. Real FM, the Xtention. Every Friday, the people voice. The people conversation. The people station. We have Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. The Xtention, where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for hear the voices in the streets. The Xtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. Every community got concerns. Every generation got lessons to learn. Parents working hard every day, trying to keep their children on the right way. Some youth searching for opportunity, trying to build a stronger community. Some looking guidance, some looking hope, trying to find a way to cope. The cost of living on many minds. Families trying hard to survive the times. Everybody got a different view, but the conversation belongs to all of we too. No shouting down, no turning away. Every voice deserve a chance to say what's on their heart, what's on their mind. solutions start when people combine. Time for talk, time for speak, time for your devices in the street. The extension, bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. The farmers got concerns to raise. Workers talking about modern days. Students thinking about what comes next. Citizens discussing issues and facts. Road safety, education too. Community projects pushing through. Healthcare, housing, youth development. All of them deserve attention. Every color bring a different story. Different struggle, different journey. But every opinion help reveal what the people truly feel. One nation, many voices, different opinions, shared future. When people talk, people learn, and progress have a chance to return. Respectful debate make democracy strong. Listening to each other help move along. No perfect answers overnight, but discussion can shine a light. Everybody want the country grow. Everybody wants success for sure. And when citizens get involved, more problems can get solved. Time for talk, time for speak, time for your devices in the street. The extension, bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. Yeah. Real FM, the extension. Every Friday, the people voice, the people conversation, the people station. Yeah. We're Forge Studios.
Let us take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Angel's Beauty Salon and Barbershop, Bruce Street Mall, St. George's, your one-stop destination for all things beauty. Hair services, relaxes, waves, treatments, braids, cornrows, natural hairstyles, locks and lock installation, wig installation, nail services, acrylic nails, gel nails, pedicures, and more. Call or WhatsApp us today, 1473-403-4421 to book your appointment today.
Stop paying full price. With Flow, you can slash your bill in half. You heard right. Cut your mobile bill in half when you add mobile to internet. That's the most reliable Wi-Fi at home. Plus, all the data you need on the go. So don't wait. Double your connection and double your value for half the price. Add mobile to internet today. Visit in-store or online at discoverflow.co for more details.
There is a difference between shopping and shopping well. For nearly 45 years, Calico has understood that difference. Because great shopping is not just about shelves, it's about standards. A place that feels safe, comfortable, and easy to enjoy. At Calico, quality is not hoped for, it is expected. More than a supermarket, Calico is your wholesale partner, your source for dependable hardware, quality appliances, and everyday household essentials. Families trust the name, businesses rely on the consistency, communities recognize the standard. And the best part? Value that is always practical, prices that are always fair, and deals that are always waiting for you. Because shopping should never feel uncertain, it should feel assured. This is confidence, this is a legacy, this is Calico. Calico, your one-stop shop.
Turn us on via www.drealfmgrenada.com or WhatsApp us today, 442-0175.
We are Forge Studios, Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. The Xtention, where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak, time for hear the voices in the streets. The Xtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real, talking about the things the people feel. Every community got concern.
Good morning to Deborah. Good morning to Hillary.
Parents,
good morning to Shoma.
they're trying to keep their children.
Good morning to Cynthia. Faitlin. Everything good?
A stronger community.
50 minutes to 8 o'clock. Sorry for the late start, guys, but you know we did. This morning is a long show. Mr. P is pumped. Trust me. Good morning.
Hey, my brother. How are you? Good morning. How things? Seems it's been a while that we haven't been together like this.
I know. Feels like a reunion, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, but all good stuff, man. And God has been really good.
Chunky, good morning too.
And we have a fresh day to do some good stuff. You know, yesterday I was speaking to a young man and he said he referred to himself as ugly. And I said to him, boy, you have a big task because anything that is original can be ugly if you have none to compare it with.
Your look.
And he thought for it for a moment and he said, yeah, you're right. I said, if you have no comparison, then you have to be a perfect work of art. There's nothing ugly about you, you know? And yeah, and we had a good laugh. Sometimes people diminish themselves. For obvious reasons, I suspect it's because we have grown accustomed to what the world defines as handsome or beautiful. But when you're original, you could only be beautiful. Because there's absolutely nothing that you can be compared with, right? To compare one original with another original and call it ugly, you'll be a total misrepresentation of how God works.
For sure.
So no matter how you look, once you're original, you're special, you know? And that's some good stuff. So how have you been?
I'm recovering from a cold day. I still have a little cough going on, but I'm good.
Very cool.
I'm good.
Yeah, well, it seems as though that is happening.
Yeah.
But while that is happening, a lot of other things going on, and we need to continue to speak about it. And you know, we champion free speech. You know, it's real freedom when you can speak your conscience, keep it respectful, and you can reach people at different levels. Because you know, these days we have a whole set of fake communication going around. People doing their own thing to serve their own purposes. And somebody have to now neutralize this and speak some truth. You know, what is trending now? Football. We had the last semi-final day with Messi.
I just find the football is a distraction.
Nah, it's good stuff still, you know. So we had this thing going on, this football going on with the semi-final with England and Argentina. I mean,
you're back in Argentina, right?
Nah,
you're in England.
Yeah, I'm a Messi fan. It's difficult to get away from him, you know. I've been listening to some commentary over the last few days, and a lot of great commentators and great footballers are heralding him as the GOAT.
Yeah, he is the
greatest of all times. I mean, I look at his statistic thus far. He's in line, obviously, for the Golden Boots. You're talking about 8 goals.
Yeah.
25 chances created.
Nah, well, he's good though.
Yeah, big chances, 8. He had 19 successful crosses, and he had 4 assists. So some great statistics. And I was looking and I realized that he walks a lot, but walking is a strategic move because he draws no attention when he's ready to move. I never thought about that because a running forward always draws attention, but he walks and he moves strategically, and that makes him dangerous. So once Messi is on a team, anything can happen. I mean, England had a pretty good run. I mean, most people thought that was it, but in the late sessions of the game, the magic worked. I mean, Messi with the cross and fall on this, the player's head and just pure perfection.
No, he's
so
a
we'll see what's happening. I mean, Spain manhandled France. They really manhandled France, and France just wasn't able to bring the game. We'll see what happens on Sunday. I mean, Spain is bringing a good game. They have a decent, well-balanced team. But yeah, once they go to zero, you just don't know, right? But I ain't betting on anybody yet. I want to see good football, and I think that is important. And sometimes the distraction is good, because when you're living in our country in Grenada, if you just go full time on the current issues, you could go nuts. I can tell you. So the football might be a good break, and maybe even the carnival in some circles might just get a breather from all that's happening. Because what has really dominated our conversations and our minds over the last months is pure politics and leadership and mal-leadership and corruption, and that is what we have been talking a lot about. But in a sense, we need to continue to talk about it. I looked at the Argentinian population, how they line up the streets, and even those who were unable to go to the football to attend the real match. I mean, how they just populated the street and was celebrating, a lot of exuberance and enthusiasm, and these people, they love this game. They love the team. You could see they put it all into it with the kind of exuberance that they are celebrating with it. Not just football, it's much more than that. It's people who believe in what they are seeing. They believe in Messi, and that's just phenomenal. And I kind of liken it to the maybe not in the numbers. I liken it to the enthusiasm I saw in New York. We spent a few days in New York with the New York Grenadians he lives in New York with NMP, right? Well, not just the diaspora, because just New York, just one spot. But a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of fervor, a lot of celebration, a lot of militancy.
I like the vibes.
So it was quite intriguing to see people so enthusiastic about a party and enthusiastic about Grenada and Grenada's development. And I can say to you that, as we were saying, it's so important to have a different point of view. When people can listen to the truth. Truth is something that it needs no protection. Once you release it, it protects itself. It's like a lion.
Right, the truth is a lion. Just want to tell you that the truth is a lion.
It doesn't need no security or anything.
You have to defend him.
Right? So the representatives there who included the leader of the party, Honorable Emmeline Pay, and Brother Adrian Joseph, Sister Nolan Thompson, and Kate Skeeter Lewis. They were all there. They gave very good accounts of themselves in terms of their speeches and so on. But what knocked me over the most is the enthusiasm and the love the people showed, and the numbers. I mean, we hear a lot of talks about about New York and NMP. I mean, what you're seeing is totally the opposite of what we've heard. People really came out. The session on Saturday, as a dinner and the social event, that was packed out. The ticket allotment was 200, and there were people who were asking for tickets on the evening who just couldn't come in because they're very strict on occupancy of public buildings and public spaces. And then on Sunday now we had the town hall. I mean, it was packed out. Really, really good stuff, Igwe. I mean, I think I sent you a clip.
Yes.
With the last clip I sent you, just to get a real taste. So we put on that, and
It's looking good. Looking good.
Yeah, so that was the entry of the political leader. People responded, resounded in applauses and and laughter and just real encouragement. It was a real sweet feeling, if I should describe it as that, to see the kind of fervor and the kind of enthusiasm that people were showing towards the leadership of the party. The conversation, and Igwe, we are widely listened. I must say to you that we have a lot of fans in New York. I mean, yeah, people came up to me and a lot of conversations about the program that we are doing that has been done on Real FM and the impact is having. So that we'll continue to do this. We know that a lot of persons are listening, right? What I can say to you, Igwe, is that the feeling was not necessarily an NMP feeling. It was a nationalistic feeling where people came out. Hope. To listen to actually what is happening, right? No sugarcoating, no kind of lies and so on. It was some conversation that was warranted a long time ago and coming from the horse's mouth. I mean, you hear about the criticisms, you hear people talk about crowd size. If you are a current government, and you're talking about opposition crowd size, I mean, a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Certainly, because 4 years in office, if you are doing the remarkable job that you say you are doing, then NMP not supposed to pull out 200 plus crowd for anything, anywhere. The fact that you've been traversing the globe and globe trotting for as long as you could think about, sometimes using the government funds and traveling, and then going and have sessions that you call town hall that turn out to be the NDC town hall and not necessarily a Grenadian town hall, right? I felt very different about this particular town hall that was put on. I saw people who were not necessarily supporters of the NNP.
Yeah.
Who say, look, I came because I want to hear what's going on. I want to hear it from the NNP. And at the end, they say, wow, you know, they were fed something totally different, right? And you know, when you're off-site and you've been fed and you're not able to experience the lived realities on the ground, you could be rewarded, you could be actually fooled. But people who we engage with say, nah, they never thought it was like that. And they heard the truth. And I know they're going to make some decisions. So the fact is, the NNP is able to have activities out of state where people come, even people who don't necessarily support the NNP, they can come and listen and be in peace and feel welcome. And that is phenomenal. We've grown this accustomed to that. These days, when you go and ask a question in a town hall that the Prime Minister is present, people want to trample on you, right? The atmosphere, the vibes were totally different in this town hall and in the social event. I made some new friends, and I saw again some people who wasn't necessarily sympathetic towards the NNP, but came nonetheless. While
they want to know,
while the party was having a town hall simultaneously. Let me say this, right? Yeah, they're having a town hall simultaneously. They chose to come to the NNP town hall, right? And I believe they just wanted to hear the truth, right? The speeches that were given, you know, on foreign relation by Brother Adrian Joseph, he gave an excellent account of himself. You know, high level conversations, man. You know, that people can glean from and showing a pathway of what Grenada should be experiencing when the NNP comes into office. And, you know, again, a reality check that we are in a bad place, you know, and we had some spirited speeches from the leader and Nolan Thompson and you know, they gave an extremely good account of themselves from all reports, and I was present, so, you know, not being biased now, you know, I learned some stuff, I made some notes as well, you know, based on the conversations. But I'm just saying it is important that was done. And obviously NNP is alive and well and kicking in New York and elsewhere. So that is that, right? I think the point was made now, and we're moving ahead full speed. I think the government has done a poor job in the engagement with the diaspora, and they paint a picture as if it's locals against the diaspora. But obviously NNP saying, look, we can't do it without you guys. You're Grenadian force. The leader say you're Grenadian force, and so you're part of this developmental move, and we depend on you, your skills and your efforts and your professionalism. You know, they're essentials to Grenada moving forward. We can't do it without you. So I felt a kind of a coming together, a kind of unity. Yeah, you know. And some aspects of the Better Grenada plan, right? The Better Grenada plan that was spoken of as well. And I think people embrace the concepts, right? Not necessarily new, but so different from what we're having right now, right? You see a kind of pathway, a kind of composed pathway. You're speaking to people who know what they're talking about, right? And they took some questions. There were some good, decent questions. The responses were given. So I think all in all, I think the activities were quite good, and the calls continue to come. Just recently, we had this diaspora activity in Grenada, and the government did a lot to make it an NDC diaspora event. And there are a lot of people who travel Igwe who are not necessarily NDC supporters. You see, there are genuine people out there who believe that they can make contributions to Grenada, right? We don't have to make everything political. So there are people who came in who were extremely disappointed with how things went. They felt it was too politicized and they didn't want to have anything to do with it. I mean, there were activities that was set on the calendar, shared on the calendar for the visit, where people didn't really attend, right? So obviously, people were able to come and get their own lived reality, right? Some of them went to the supermarket and now they understand what we are talking about, right? So those persons who try to give explanations and say, well, cost of living is high everywhere, and we accept that, they believe that Grenada can do something, that something can happen, something should change about our own leadership, right? And if we take that approach, we can change our own corner, notwithstanding what is happening. Because I always make the analogy: if you're the head of a home and a storm is coming and there's some loose galvanized sheet, and you would just sit down and say, "Oh, the hurricane coming, I have no control."
You're going up there?
You would go up, you would staple, you would tie down, you do what you have to do, or you maybe get out and go to a safe house. So the point I'm making is the government who actually is leading the charge, who's supposed to be leading the charge, so to speak, must be the one to take the lead and to make the necessary adjustments. We will not be able to treat with every aspect of what is happening globally. Of course, the global trends are affecting what is happening on the ground. And because we are small developing states, we're not able to respond adequately at all times. But definitely we're able to do much more than what we are doing, right? One of the examples, the NMP government capped fuel at $15. Government came and they say, it could be much lower. 15 is not low enough. But now they cap it at 17 and they're trying to justify it. If they left it at 15, they will not be paying 17 now. But you see, because NMP had it in place, and because of the lack of understanding of how these things work, they act before they think, right? Before they huddle together and have a proper conversation and get advice, they made a move. And now we're paying $17 at the pump, right? And those are the issues now that we are confronted with. And they're not able to do anything about it seems. And you have the high cost of food on the shelves. Igwe is difficult, even for those of us who are actually receiving some kind of a remuneration, some kind of salary, some kind of pension, right? We struggle in the supermarkets. And that's a fact. And the people who traveled, the diaspora people who traveled, they experience it as well. And one of them said they don't know how great and surviving. So between me and you, Igwe, I believe what the government did was excellent. Now they can continue to lie for the people who are abroad. The people now have experienced some truth that they know can take back with them, right? It doesn't change their focus on developing Grenada. It doesn't change their focus on contributing. But at least now they have experienced what is actually happening on the ground. And they realize the 1% is having an excellent time. But obviously, those of us who are here, who make up the 99%, we continue to struggle to make ends meet. I was still listening to the rally that was passed, and the Prime Minister was talking about, he gave some reasons why the government will return into office, and he talked about empathy. And I'm convinced now that the Prime Minister is experiencing a totally different reality to the ordinary Grenadian, right? Because when you come and you brag about the slaying of 2 horses, you can't tell me you have any empathy at all, right? No one ever called the person who lost the horses and say, look, we believe you didn't do the right thing. We're supposed to say that, but we're going to try to support you to help you out, right? Because we're talking about youth development. We're talking about giving youth an opportunity to grow, to thrive, right? So when he's talking about empathy and so on, he has to be talking about something else. But of course, the Prime Minister is in his own space, right? Boasting about clothes and so on from Africa and so on. He's totally lost when it comes to what is actually happening on the ground. And I was looking at one of the so-called meeting that they're now having. The Prime Minister had it in one of his PDs, and they're only showing the people speaking, and then the empty chairs. Even people in his constituencies, they're not taking him serious because they understand it's just all mama guy, if I would use that word guardedly, just mama guy and old talk, right? Because they've not been able to really put the work in place for what they promised us in the first place. And now they're coming back for us to tell them what new they must do, which is just a show. And we seeing right through it. And also, people are going around now and asking what the Prime Minister is doing, because the pollster who said that the NDC is going to win again said that what the Caribbean is accustomed to is presidential type elections. It means therefore that Deacon Mitchell alone is sufficient. Well, Grenada is much smarter than that. He has no idea what he's talking about, because you can't tell me as a constituent I will look to Deacon Mitchell or the Prime Minister to treat with matters. I want my representatives, right? And that is only been said because the government well knows that the persons who are representing various constituencies are failing miserably. Some of them has been lost. Some of them hid for several years, traveled all over the place, have a jolly good time. And now we see them around the place. They're coming around and they're seeking votes now, which is just something else, right? But we know them. We can now judge them by their performance. So this is no presidential race, right? And if it is that we are relying on the Prime Minister to pull this thing through, then they are in a lot of trouble. Because if you're talking about the Prime Minister whose guests sexually assaulted our women and he stayed quiet, right? You can't be talking about this Prime Minister who would take it home, all right? Because, point blank, his performance has been wanting for a very long time, right? Our Prime Minister traveled all over the place. Sometimes he traveled without Grenadian public knowing. That is historical. Right?
That one way there.
And I believe Grenada is the only place that ever happened for the head of state to leave the country with not away and ends up in a place that he didn't live to go. Those are historical and will be etched in the history of our country until the end of time. So the same person he's speaking about that would take the bacon home, right, is the same person who is benefiting from the CBI program, who is approving applications for the CBI program. It is said that they recuse themselves. They never say how often they have to recuse themselves. And when I say recuse themselves, I mean when they're discussing an application that touches and concerns their business, they go outside or they stay away from the discussion, right? But even if you exit the building, your influence doesn't exit, right? So the fact that they leave the room or they take no part in the conversation and approvals, that doesn't change the fact that these applications will be approved because of the Prime Minister's influence, right? So if you're talking about that, right, and you're talking about this particular gentleman who would bring the bacon home, who by himself can win the election, then we're in a lot of trouble. You're talking about a leader who stays numb on a request by an international giant called the United States of America. Stays dumb and never discuss this matter at the parliamentary level or discuss this matter with the opposition, but stays very quiet. Goes on a television program and actually suggests that he was asking the wrong person, right? He being the Minister of National Security. You think anybody in the international community taking our Prime Minister serious with this particular approach? Right? These people don't forget. They're like elephants. They don't forget. And there's always retribution when leaders responds like that. There's always something to come. And we are experiencing it right now. That is why our people are suffering and we can't get a visa to go to the States. So thank God I have my visa. So I was able to travel recently. Our Minister of Finance can do like me, can't travel.
Go fix up that, man.
And when your Minister of Finance cannot travel to the United States of America, then you're in grave trouble. Because it means that this gentleman cannot negotiate in any real way on behalf of our country outside of Grenada. That is it. Right? And Igwe, not only that, but you have senior officials. I don't want to call their names now. Senior officials that are attempting to go for visa and are being turned back.
What is it?
Well, they won't tell us that. They won't tell us that, but you're talking about people in the high upper echelons, even with the diplomatic passports, who are told that they have to pay the $15,000 bond. That is what we are faced with in our country. When it gets to that, we know that we are in serious trouble and we now need some rescuing, right? We now need a group of people who would find favor with our foreign counterparts, who can now sit at the table and have meaningful conversation. These things are never easy, but obviously our foreign counterparts want to see some different faces, right? Because to have a negotiation, the Minister of Finance can't even attend the meeting, all right? And the Prime Minister who snubbed them, who didn't respond to the request for the radar, right? How would this man sit across a table with, say, a Marco Rubio to discuss anything concerning security? No, these matters are not simple matters, you know. What this government has done is erode the very fabric, right, of our diplomacy and our foreign policy engagements, right? They have brought it to threads. Because Igor, if you snub me, if I ask you, I make a request, and you don't respond, right? And I have to make an other decision. The next time we meet, how are you feeling? How are you feeling when you sit at that table now?
And the decision you make, though,
with a Marco Rubio or the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, some senior officials. How do you have some serious conversation? We are in grave trouble. So what we are doing, we are losing our seat at the negotiating table. And I'm not sure how we are going to treat this, but what I say this, that I think what we do need, I believe, is some fresh faces with fresh intention, who respects relationship, right? Who respects relationships. The NDC can't do it because just now none of them will be able to go to America. All of them will lose their visa, right? And they simply lost confidence in us. That is why senior officials can't get visas. And when you get to that, it means that we've lost it completely. So if the pollster is saying to me that this Prime Minister can pull it out by himself, he have to be out of his mind. Not as long as Grenadians have their own minds and they can think. Because the truth is Igwe, if you're talking about traveling as a Grenadian, America is always the first spot, the first thought. Every one of us would have somebody in New York or somewhere else in the United States, whether it's a sibling or a child, maybe spouses, various things. And everybody look to go to the United States. Yeah, we thank all our other friends and the relationships we have. But the United States is still the go-to place, right? Whether for pleasure or leisure or study or in a lot of instances, medical support. So when we're losing that window, that door now is shut. And I'm sensing that the key is turning. So not just shut, but that door getting locked. And our officials are not able to open it. Then I believe that's a conversation for those persons in the diaspora. Because if you recognize that even they will be under threat, those persons who are holding green cards and so on, who are looking to apply for the citizenship, even they are under threat. You're not getting away. So I would be extremely concerned with a government who has assisted in the U.S. shutting its doors on us. And I believe the diaspora, the New York version of the diaspora, is quickly getting ahead on this. The conversations we've had, people are understanding that their lives would also become difficult. And I would say this now, that the only way out is a new national party government, because this government would not be taken seriously by the United States. I have no doubt about that. So when you hear about the EU wanting to shut their doors with respect to the CBI program, this thing is not just like that. We've been involved in the CBI program for a long time, and like it or not, Grenada has always been very cautious and skeptical about how they proceed with the CBI program. First of all, Dr. Wright, Kit Mitchell had no business affiliated to the CBI program. So obviously he was independent of it. And that is an important point.
Very.
Right? Once you engage in, you will get high on your own supply. That is it. So the former Prime Minister, Dr. Mitchell, was far removed. And so he was able to take independent decisions, right, on applications and so on. As the head of the FIU, we had a thing to do about doing due diligence on the applications, right? And let me just say this. Since the coming of this government, the NDC government in June of 2022, they are talking about 12,000 applications approved. You ever brought your mind, try to wrap your mind around that? And those persons who understand how you do due diligence on one person will be able to tell you how crazy this is. Think about 12,000. So they've approved more applications than was ever approved by that program from its inception. Right? And they boast about $1 billion return. No, that boasting alone putting us in more trouble. Because every person who understands anything about due diligence will know that it's an impossibility to do proper checks on 12,000 people, right? If you try to do some checks on 12,000 Grenadians here, you're having problems. Even canvassing a voters list, Igwe, with 5,000 people in one constituency, it could be quite complex. But you're talking about a government approving 12,000 applications, right? In 3 years, in 4 years, something had to be wrong. So any foreign state, foreign entity or organization looking on, they must be quaking in their boots. And so I am not surprised that the EU is taking that approach, because we have murdered this program. Right? I'm still waiting for them to explain to me what mechanism they use to check these people. And even if they were able to, the perception could never be healthy for a foreign relationship. So we're paying a serious price, and we won't stop paying the price. So this government cannot fix it, because the government is actually the problem. Igor, let me just say to you, when you hear you're looking at, for example, issues of corruption and so on, states expect you to have laws and processes and procedures that is similar to this, right? And if you have a minister, for example, that is accused of taking a bribe, what the foreign state expect is that you have the matter investigated. That's the expectation. You can't just turn a blind eye and believe that the world isn't looking on. The world looks on, and they take cognizance of what is happening in your country, and they judge you by that. They will open their doors wide or narrow based on what they are seeing in your country. And if you say to me that the Honorable Andy Williams can go and sit around any serious table and discuss any matter at all, that would be laughable. The world would jeer at him. And the Prime Minister who is condoning it, right, is even in a worse off place. So it's not just one single matter. Sometimes you hear the sympathizers of the NDC say, well, other countries are facing the same thing from the US. But let me just say to you, Igwe, I don't know if you ever get blows in the school before. But sometimes you're in a line, everybody get blows for different things. Yeah. Everybody gets 6 strokes, right? But everybody get the strokes for a different type of bad behavior. So not because I was getting blows, mean that we do the same thing. Grenada is charting its own trajectory when it comes to our foreign relationship, our behavior with the CBI program, or the way that we are cushioning and hugging up corruption. I mean to say that the National Lotteries Authority, right, had a spate of suspected corrupt activities and fraudulent activities, right? So said the former Senator Lacrette, right? Senator Lacrette, I don't want to call him a whistleblower. The whistleblower seemed to be somebody who's kind of more, somebody a bystander. This man was the minister responsible for the National Lottery Authority. So I'm not calling him a whistleblower. He was only doing what was within his charge to do. He was only dispensing his duty to say, look, I've taken over this authority as a minister, and I'm seeing this, and this matter must be investigated. As a matter of fact, this chairman must be set aside. And the commander-in-chief say, look, you have no right to speak about that. And he goes further to fire the honorable senator. Now, how do you think, for example, right, the U.S. feels about that? You think that is some sort of quiet children play? That sends a loud message to the international community that we are abhorring. You will look, these things are serious, right? So bad behavior on the soil, right, paints the picture globally, and they take notice. So right now, they might be convinced that, look, we like corruption here. Grenada is a corrupt place. Because the Prime Minister didn't say nothing. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister said he investigated for himself and he found nothing. And it gives the impression that a little bit of corruption is okay because we're not Jesus. And when you speak like that as the commander-in-chief, the persons who are looking on would get the wrong impression and they would judge us by that. So this issue with visa and the kickback and the revenge that will be taken for the CBI program have only just started. Sad to say, but it could only be fixed by a new government. This government, because watch me, how the Prime Minister go in and fix the issues surrounding any discomfort with the CBI program? And he is a beneficiary of the program. You imagine what he have to recuse himself and send who the Minister of Finance? He don't have a visa. Who would he send? You would send Honorable Andy Williams? We're in trouble if you know what I'm talking about. He can go and sit around a table and ably discuss any matters concerning the CBI program because there'll be a conflict, because he's a beneficiary, he has business, and he's benefiting from the program. You watch me. There's a particular local agent, Igwe, who has almost 50% share of the applicants that are coming in. One agent. I'll let the public determine who that agent is. One agent. Not the Prime Minister. One agent that has the lion's share, 50%. Right? And once you look at who the agent is affiliated to, then that puts us in more trouble. So what is happening there now is something that is orchestrated and created and designed by the National Democratic Congress government, and so they're not able to fix it. They're too tied up and muddled up in it. They can't negotiate us away from this. And it's important that the diaspora understands this, because the hardship that you face, right, is really ignited by the activities and the actions of this government. So they come and they paint one picture, but they're making things hard for you where you live currently. That is a fact. So it therefore means that they have to put on their thinking caps. I think they are already doing that, because they own a diaspora experience. They travel here and they see what is happening, and they realize that now what is happening is totally opposite to what they have been told. Igwe, so that is kind of wrap on foreign relationship and the visit to New York and all the other things that are offshoot. Yeah, offshoot from that, because it's a broader conversation, not just visit to New York and so on. It's a broader conversation. You hear the governments and currently the opposition, the government speaking about crowd size, the surrogates talking about crowd size. And if you're worried about the crowd size of the opposition at this stage, right, when you see that you are firmly in the driver's seat, you're in a lot of trouble. You're in plenty of trouble because we should not have been able to have one person in a town hall. But which of course, is the total opposite. People are alive and enthusiastic, and they are thinking and they are ready. So maybe we should take a small break here, drink some coffee, and we come back for some more stuff. Share this thing as crazy. Let's talk.
Turn us on via www.drealfmgrenada.com or WhatsApp us today, 442-0175. Let us take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
Yo, Grenada on Tuesday, August 4th. All match squad assemble. Because the thing starts. Get ready for the big one once again. The ultimate mass event is back. Crave. They feel like a joke here with them when I catch them is over. Crave, the birthday edition. Come celebrate with Grenada's mashup ambassador, Boise. Because I don't give one boy. We don't do it. Boise, as he celebrates his birthday with you. And for the first time, experience Grenada's first Twilight event. A spectacular day into night edition where the vibe starts early and carries straight into an unforgettable night of energy and entertainment. Come experience non-stop vibes, ultimate mass, and high energy entertainment by Grenada's top performers. All backed by the explosive Bad Squad Band. One day, one night, one massive celebration. We're talking dirty mass, paint, powder, girls, and rum. I'm back in me bag on this road. Tuesday, August 4th, Crave is the event everyone will be talking about.
Youths of St. Andrew, are you looking for a new opportunity? If so, Cinders CMOS Health and Wellness is inviting 5 young people between the ages of 16 and 25 to take part in a free 1-year CMOS farming training program. Participants will receive hands-on training in sustainable, eco-friendly CMOS cultivation along with a monthly travel stipend. And here's the best part, 2 of the 5 places are reserved for young women. To apply or learn more, email ann.harvey0188@gmail.com or send a WhatsApp message to 473-458-9475. Applications deadline Thursday, July 31st, and training begins on Monday, August 17th, 2026. Don't miss this opportunity to gain valuable skills, earn while you learn, and grow a brighter future with CMOS farming. Apply today. Spaces are limited. Cinders CMOS Health and Wellness.
Angel's Beauty Salon and Barbershop, Bruce Street Mall, St. George's, your one-stop destination for all things beauty. Hair services, relaxes, waves, treatments, braids, cornrows, natural hairstyles, locks and lock installation, wig installation, nail services, acrylic nails, gel nails, pedicures, and more. Call or WhatsApp us today, 1473-403-4421 to book your appointment today. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than the Chameleon Design Studios, the creative powerhouse behind Key Central and dozens of standout brands across Grenada and beyond. From web designs, animations, and motion graphics to custom video productions, we bring your visions to life with unmatched efficiency and professionalism. Need a logo? Logo design starts at just $1,500, and our starter pack includes brochures, call cards, and letterheads. Whether you're launching a new business, revamping your identity, or telling your story visually, Chameleon Design Studios is the new face of designs. Call us now at 1473-422-8601 or scan that QR code. Follow us on Instagram at chameleon_473. Let's communicate. Call us today.
The new Grenville Credit Union debit card
has made online shopping easier than ever. Quick, secure, and hassle-free. Just tap, pay, and shop with confidence. Get yours today.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
Let us take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
We have Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. The Xtention. Where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for hear the voices in the streets. The Xtention.
Good morning to Mr. Watts. Have a good one. Mr. P, I think we have a call with you.
Yeah, let's take it. Good morning.
Good morning. And what's up?
To Mr. Pierre and Igwe. Well, Igwe will tell you, I realize that Mr. Pierre on a very good note, but short turn, I say I want to make a contribution before I run out.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I will take the opportunity to, if you will give me, to polling division number 2, St. Patrick West. They're having a breakfast sale Saturday morning from 6. All lovely different dishes. I mean, $15 with barbecue and that's PD division number 2, Monkchich.
Mm-hmm.
We want to have that fundraising. So I take a little time to. We did that on Sheldon last night, and I take a little chance if you're coming.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Mr. Pierre, I want to say how happy I am to have you around, although that was not your real division before. You spend number of years in a different area, but I realize right now I am convinced, as being an old politician since 1967, I'm convinced that you could make a very, very, very good contribution in development of this country, and I'm happy. Last night in my prayers, I mentioned it to my God that I'm happy that you will help my friend to come out of this situation she will be in, because I will tell you, God speak to me. Mr. Spear will be the next prime minister of this country, and she will have a lot of work to do, because these people running a lawless government, and they're going to mess up things before they leave. They know definitely they would not be returning to power. But what they're going to do, they're going to leave things very out of order. This is why they have all the young people not under control. They just have everything lawless and don't care, and So I really, really, really glad that you happened. I didn't happy when things happened to you, like when you was forced out of your area, but I believe it might happen for a reason, where you could fit in to help our country, because we country need help. We country need help. And I bound to talk because I have seen things happening what I never seen for the last 20, 50 something years. This is the worst I ever seen. A country running anyhow, and people doing what they want, no control, no, you know,
I know it's
I don't know
crazy.
what's going on. That never happened. So I really glad that you fall in line to help in that contribution. I advocate last night to the ladies to put their weight behind Miss Pierre because I know she's going to put system in place to help ladies. Not only ladies, people telling me why I mentioning but I'm not targeting anybody personal. I say she will take care of ladies. Some ladies is abused, some ladies she will. She will. I know. That's my very good friend. She started up in politics with me and I know what she's capable of. This is why I don't want Grenadians to make a mistake because I know they will never get such an offer again if they lose a lady like that. We want a respectable leader. Grenada want a respectable leader. Right now, we have the no wall won't have no respect for Grenada. And I'm begging Grenadians, I begging St. Patrick West, I begging St. Patrick East. Let us do the right thing. We got a new voting list. We start looking at it and making sure that everybody names is on the list to do the right thing. Grenadians, I'm begging you all. Not that I'm begging for myself, I'm begging because I see the danger. I have seen things what happened in this country for the first time. Since 1967, I have never seen so much corruption in a country. I was there as a little boy when the law was passed that no government MP, neither the wife, neither the cousin, neither the children should be allowed to be given a loan in that Grenada Development Bank. And today, all that law was broken. Something have to be wrong. That law was passed since 1973 under the Gary government. And today, these people have no respect for law and order. Grenadians is not who you like. Yes, nothing wrong. You could like the person, but not like. Is care about your country, care about your children. If you care about your children and your grandchildren, like I care about mine, you will do the right thing by voting no other party to return respect to Grenada than the new National Party. And I guarantee that Mistress Olympia will do a very good job. And before I close, I congratulate her for one of the best speeches she gave in New York. I wanted to give that speech again. Why not tell you that speech? Someone called me from Toronto last night and they tell me they was convinced with Miss Pierre's speech. They get to know the truth. And they wish she come to Canada. A gentleman called me last night and tell me that from Toronto. All the other speakers give a very good account of themselves. And that was good. And even the town hall in St. George's night before was very good. So again, I want to say congratulations to Mrs. Pierre. And she capable team. And Mr. Pierre, I think we need you in that area to continue your good work. I thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, caller.
All right.
You have a next one?
Yeah. Continue still while they call.
So thank you, caller. So, Igwe, our foreign relationships are under attack. This government has shown that they're not able to maintain decent friendships, long-lasting friendships. And all that is required is just to lead and to be truthful.
Let's take this call on the new.
Yes, let's take it. No problem.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Pierre. Morning. With respect to the issue of the CBI program, the EU gave Grenada and the Caribbean until the 1st of June 2028 to follow up the CBI program. The 1st of June 2028. And that can have serious economic impact on Grenada's capital development project, in particular the hospital, because there's a heavy reliance on CBI funds for the medical city.
Right.
And I do agree with you on the impact of that decision by the EU. So there's an intention of the government now to ramp up the sale of passport. Ramp up, because that must come to an end on the 1st of June 2028, in the next year or so and a half. Another thing, Mr. Pierre, is that this month, July, as the General Assembly, there was a vote, a resolution calling for the removal of economic blockade by the U.S. on Cuba. Interestingly is to hear which side Grenada voted on. So there were approximately 136 countries in favor, 9 countries against. You know, the U.S. is heading that, Israel, and about 12 countries abstained. Where do you think Grenada fell? Or how they voted? Grenada abstained. In other words, they're not supporting and they're not against. Now, it seems to me that Grenada is playing Russian roulette with the American government. I'm also interested to hear Peter David's response, where Grenada did not support the removal of economic blockade on Cuba. The last year Grenada voted for the removal was in 2021. But you know, Grenada have boasted about the Cuban economic support for Grenada over 47 years. They had diplomatic relations. So this prime minister appears to be trying to play a game with the Americans by abstaining from the vote. And therefore, it appears that because an election is coming close, there is something they call impression leadership. But in your behavior, it's something completely different. So Grenada abstained based on the resolution for removing economic blockade of Cuba. The final thing I want to mention, Mr. Pierre, is on the Grenada Today newspaper. There is a front headline which says, hospital nurse exposes a big Cuban racket. Have you seen that?
No, not yet. Very rarely read this paper. I must confess.
If Grenada said, no, you have to read the paper.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I should read it.
Hospital nurse exposes a big Cuban racket at the General Hospital. Now, you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Go ahead. Go ahead, caller.
I think the article should read, hospital doctors and nurses exposes a big Grenadian and Cuban racket. This matter is not about the Cuban racket. This matter is a historical Grenadian racket. And the Cuban, when they come here, they learn the racket. There is a mafia, medical mafia at the hospital. Now this is not something new. I was a former director of the hospital and also advisor to the Minister of Health. And I'm a hospital management specialist. So I'm aware, and I spoke about this mafiaism and racketeering and abuse of patients at the General Hospital. Now, historically, we have always had a Cuban-trained medical doctor as the medical director for the hospital. The current medical director is Cuban-trained, Grenadian. The former, I think, Cuban-trained, Grenadian. The most of the consultants in surgery, etc., at our hospitals are Grenadian. But the article spoke on a nurse report about a big Cuban racket. This issue of private practice privilege at the General Hospital, we know where that came from. The issue of the internal market, where if you have the monies, you can pay the doctor privately, and he can do the surgery. Or if the doctor do not have working with the General Hospital, he can see the patient privately, and his colleague will do the surgery at the hospital. This is nothing to do with Cuban. This is a Grenadian Cuban medical racket, particularly if those persons were a surgeon. I am aware of that. And that is hurting not only Grenada, but through the Caribbean, which has a British medical service, because that is where private practice came from in 1944 for the establishment of the National Health Service, where a guy named Bevan, a politician, speaking with the British Medical Association, said he needs the National Health Service. And the doctor said, well, we need the right to practice in the public facility. And therefore it is said that this Bevan stuck the doctor's mouth with gold. So in Grenada, this problem is a management problem. It has nothing to do with Cuban doctors. Grenadian doctors have been abusing the system for years. And the Cubans came here and they adopt the culture. And successful government refused, or some were very negligent in addressing this matter. The National Democratic Congress said that they have a new private practice policy. What I'm sure not implemented. Because here a nurse is complaining, calling the Grenada today and mentioning about the attitude and behavior and practice of Cuban doctors. Very coincidental. That front page article now, and Grenada voting at the United Nations, at the General Assembly. This is a grave issue, and there's a number of methods by which we have to tackle it. There are another strategy, but it's on the front page. But I just want to record that this has nothing to do with the doctor. This has actually a weak management system at the hospital. And I'm sure the embassy will use that to divest the management of the hospital to Mount Sinai. I'm sure they will use that as a, but the reason for the actual problem centered around management and financial control. The patient have to pay the general hospital, but they also pay the doctor in their private capacity. So I just wanted to comment on that. On the article, which mentions the racket is a Cuban racket.
Okay.
But it's not a Cuban racket only, it's a Grenadian racket.
All right.
That's my contribution.
All right, thank you, caller. Thanks for calling. Yes, so we are talking about foreign relations and foreign policy. And Igwe, I believe this government has murdered our foreign relation or foreign policy, and they have destroyed serious and important, fundamental and strategic friendship. Right? And I believe we are in a dire state where we need urgent repair. The question is, who would you trust to fix this relationship between the United States and Grenada? Who would you trust? You see, great teams are built on trust. And the question is, who will you trust? Would you trust a Deacon Mitchell or MNP? Would you trust an NMP government or NDC government? Certainly, you cannot ask the group that eroded the relationship to go back to the table to negotiate. So that's a done deal as far as I'm concerned. And so what I'm advocating now is that a new group of people, the new National Party, should be heading the charge to sit around the table to discuss and negotiate us out of this matter. The NDC has proven that they're not able to do so because they lead the way as far as eroding is concerned. This abstention with the recent vote with Cuba Day, is just another hole that we've dug for ourselves. The Prime Minister believes that if he stays quiet and he abstains, then that's a way to get away from it. When the ostrich stick his head in the sand, he believes he's safe. You can do that with foreign relationship. You can do that with foreign friendships. You either say no or yes and say why. If you're man enough, then you should hold your ground. There's no problem with that. But our leaders seem to be hiding. The Prime Minister said quiet on the radar issue, and then he says off the table. Well, he didn't take it off the table. The Americans realize they get snubbed. They say, well, okay, well, fair enough. But there are repercussions. And that is why our senior officials can't get a visa now to go to the United States of America. Right? So if you think it's only the ordinary person, the ordinary student who wants to go and pursue study, or who wants to go and engage with respect to the health, if you think it's only the ordinary people, you have to ask the fellas above, the upper echelon, as they were once referred to in a meeting I attended. They are having problems now to enter the United States of America. And when it gets to that, that's a real loud message that our friends are no longer happy with us. And this needs to be repaired. And I am sending a message right now that the NMP must get ready to sit at the table to negotiate. I think we've done it in the past. We know how to do it. Grenada has voted in favor of lifting the embargo on Cuba before. So we are not afraid to do so. But when you hear you playing games, you're not sure if you're in the pond or if you're out of the pond. All right, so we are in a situation where we need to focus on trust and who we should really trust. I want you to roll a clip then and we'll talk about it.
It has been a good experience so far. The numbers show that there are less than 1,000 people who have used it so far. And that's why we said this is not going to open floodgates. The majority have come to Barbados. And as I've said over and over, Barbados has a skills deficit. And therefore, to that extent, one of the reasons why we signed on to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas in the first place was to facilitate the movement of people, to bridge the fact that inherently our population numbers are low and by extension our skills levels are low. Grenada has submitted its letter now to come and join, and St. Lucia has signaled an intention to start to take the process and to reflect how they too will come. So I expect that this will, just like CARICOM started in 1974 with 4 countries, then another 6 or 7 joined, and then another one.
So that's a voice and a clip from the Prime Minister of Barbados and Grenada. you want to say that?
Yeah, and Grenada.
The Prime Minister of Barbados and Grenada.
So she talking for us.
Well, she spoke for us. Yeah. She spoke first.
So why didn't he say that?
The Prime Minister, the Honorable Mayor Motley, is speaking here and confirming that Grenada has formally submitted its letter indicating its intention to join the enhanced CARICOM free movement arrangement. She made the announcement. We have not heard much from our own Prime Minister. He's busy doing other things. Right now, he's in St. David's, even using flashlight to go through all the tracks. Right? He can't leave St. David's because obviously he understands that the people are coming to know better. And Sister Nolan Thompson is making some serious inroads. So he has little flashlight now moving around on like a track, trying to engage people. He has not spoken to us on this important matter. Grenada has officially submitted its letter to join the initiative. Now, Igwe, I'm not criticizing the fact that we want to join the initiative, because obviously that's a matter that has been discussed widely. As a matter of fact, that is the enhanced version, because some time ago, we all accepted the free movement, right? That existed, right? But it only existed with skilled people, university graduates, teachers, artisans, nurses, musicians, media workers, and approved skilled workers. But this enhanced version now refers to everybody, free movement of everybody. Now, a matter like that, Igwe and listeners, it's a matter that should be discussed at the parliamentary level because it touches and concerns our businesses. All right. I wonder how the business people feels about that. You see that it's a discussion we need to have, right? To educate persons on how they may be affected, whether positively or negatively, right? It's not necessarily a bad initiative. We have been hovering around it for a while. We have some kind of movement existing, free movement existing. We're going now with the everybody's approach, right? And the Barbados Prime Minister, in her articulation, indicated why Barbados has supported the initiative because, of course, they have a skills deficit, right? It therefore means that there are skills that they need that they don't have. And they are opening up the doors to encourage people to come in and to build Barbados. There's nothing wrong with that. But the point I'm making, look at who we're hearing the message from first. A foreign prime minister. And that is why I call her the Prime Minister of Grenada. Because in my view, who holds the information and is willing to communicate that information and educate us on it is actually leading. Right? So this thing about staying quiet and saying nothing, just as the Samoa Agreement, the Prime Minister gave the impression that the agreement was not yet signed. Up to this day, our Prime Minister has not really given us a forthright explanation on the happenings of the Samoa Agreement. You know, when he spoke himself and the Foreign Minister, who will soon lose to Brother Giuliani Glynn in St. Patrick's West, when they faced us, both of them, right, they sold us a white lie, giving the impression that they were in control and that they didn't say it. And that is what is, I don't know, that is what is special about these guys. You know. They didn't say it was not signed, but they skirt around it and gave the impression that it was not yet signed. Right? That agreement was either been signed while they spoke or before. And they both were aware. And they never, up to this day, came and said, look, we made an error, we didn't understand, and so on. Right? And they believe they would forget, but that will never be forgotten. We'll continue to speak about it. Because it's not just about the signing of an agreement, you know. Get me right. I'm speaking about trusting our leaders. I'm speaking about integrity. I'm speaking about forthrightness. And we are now grown accustomed to get important information from the foreign press. We learned that the Nigerians were enjoying or are enjoying visa-free entry by the foreign press, not by our own government. And we're learning that Grenada has tendered its letter, right, suggesting its interest in having this, in taking part in this enhanced free movement by the Prime Minister of Barbados and not our own Prime Minister. When he goes on DM with the PM, he answers questions you want to answer. Right? Merry-go-round and other things that he wants to share. But the substantive issue, the important issue, this matter of enhanced free movement is important for businesses, for companies to make decisions in terms of their human capital. And that could affect, for example, salary scales and other important part of business. And we should have gotten a comprehensive report from our government, right? We shouldn't be hearing it from the Honorable Mia Motley, but that is what we have come to, that we have to now press our ears on foreign media. When a foreign leader is speaking, we just listen attentively, just in case Grenada name pop up. And that is what we have come to in our country. So if you say to me that we will actually, right, take the pain of allowing this government to lead us for another 5 years, we ought to be crazy. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Hey, Evie, good morning. Mr. P, good morning. Mr. P and Evie, when I analyze NDC, from time NDC getting governance, it's pressure and more pressure to put on the back of every Grenadian. The young people, the middle age, the old, the seniors, pressure. And I know government, when you elect a government, it's to make it like bring development to people Grenada Caribbean Diplomatic. And what I'm seeing, the only development I see taking place in Grenada Caribbean Diplomatic is where the ministers and the friends, while the poor man catching the hell under this NDC administration. Even to get information, it is difficult to get information from the government. Many of the information you get in are what Grenada sent up to, you may get from outside or say country. But the government don't say nothing. I know the NDC become like a cult. Right? On them within the administration, no going and they keep it secret. But I do believe Grenada deserve better. They deserve to better, and Grenada need a proper and a good set of people to govern the Grenada Caribbean Diplomatic to bring back Grenada to the way it was before the last election. Mr. P, have a blessing.
All right, thank you, caller.
I have a next one with
you. Yeah, let's take it one time.
Good morning. Oh, she hung up.
All right, those of us who are viewing on YouTube, share this live. We need to get to 500 today. There are some important things to discuss.
Good morning.
So share it. Go ahead.
Blessed morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to gentlemen. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm in Canada. I'm one of the old NNP.
Oh.
I listen to you all every morning. I miss my son, Mr. Donald, on the phone. But anyway, I'm asking Mr. Glenn, please put the workers on the ground to work serious as Mr. Boson did. Mm-hmm. We never lose. We never lose West when Mr. Boson was there. I and Mona and all the girls and them, we work hard, cross river. And I'm asking them, please, don't let these people go back there. We have to go back to take care of Grenada. Too much children, a lot I know. They're talking about houses, they give people houses. I could tell you one, I know a certain person, she had to pay 10,800 for she to get an extra room, and it's just one single bed that could stay in it before she could have get that house. I listen to everything. Not because I'm already calling regular. I know a lot of them would get the house. I had family members, and I could testify. I went down last December, but I wasn't feeling well to go around. But I make sure I went right there to see for me eye. Have a blessed day. Continue, Mr. Continue. I love you all. Miss P have to be there. I love her. She know me, but you, husband, don't know me. Love you all. Have a blessed day.
Yeah, awesome, Carl. Do me a favor and share this live on your WhatsApp. Share the link with everybody you could think about. Let's get up to 500 this morning.
I do. I love me. I'm the one of the old one that tell them. They must say them is LMP now. They must LMP now. No, sir.
Oh.
No, sir. I'm here in Canada, sit down and watch every godly day across my foot and I sit down here.
All right, thank you, Carla. Keep listening, keep sharing.
Love you, Mr.
Excellent.
PA. And what is your name? Bye-bye.
Awesome. All right, take care. So we were talking about the enhanced free movement arrangement that we learned from the Prime Minister of Grenada, Honorable Mayor Motley, and across the other side of the news, we'll continue to talk about it. Stay tuned and share this live.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
From Grenada to the wider Caribbean, this is Triple N News, your trusted source for the latest stories shaping our communities. We'll have the details when we return.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Hello and welcome back. I am your presenter, Peter Joseph. The government of Grenada has announced the appointment of Mr. Kamal Shailesh Pai Shah as Honorary Consul of Grenada to the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Shah formally presented his credentials to His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of Kenya, on July 16th. In the region, in Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela thanked Trinidad and Tobago for earthquake support. Tino Lala has more.
Acting President of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, says Trinidad and Tobago's support has been a beacon of hope in times of sorrow, following the deadly earthquakes that affected Venezuela last month. In a correspondence dated July 8th, Ms. Rodriguez thanked Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar and the people of Trinidad and Tobago for their expressions of sympathy, solidarity, and assistance, adding that the response reaffirmed that the path between nations is solidarity. Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar responded on Tuesday, July 14th, reaffirming Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to standing with Venezuela throughout its recovery and rebuilding process. The Prime Minister noted that following a June 26 telephone conversation with Ms. Rodriguez, Trinidad and Tobago activated a major public-private humanitarian relief effort, with more than 238 tons of relief supplies having arrived at Venezuela's international port of La Guaira on July 10th. Mrs. Persad-Bissessar also highlighted ongoing cooperation between both countries to facilitate the shipment of requested vaccines to Venezuela through Caribbean Airlines. She said humanitarian missions into Venezuela have also been allowed to traverse TNT airspace. Describing Venezuela as Trinidad and Tobago's closest neighbor, the Prime Minister said the South American country occupies a special place in the region. She pledged continued support whenever Venezuela faces natural disasters or humanitarian challenges. She added that government looks forward to partnering with the Venezuela's interim government and further strengthening the long-standing ties of friendship and cooperation between the two nations.
Thank you, Sunil. And in sports, Grenada has named its under-15 girls national team to compete at the Bahamas Under-15 Girls Football Invitational, scheduled for July 23rd to 27th in Nassau. The tournament will bring together emerging young footballers from across the region, providing valuable international match experience and player development. Head coach Leon Caliste said the squad has prepared well and is ready to represent Grenada with pride, discipline, and teamwork. Grenada will compete against the Bahamas, the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, the Turks and Caicos Islands, and the United States Virgin Islands during the tournament. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. Turn us on via www.drealfmgrenada.com or WhatsApp us today, 442-0175.
Yo. Grenada on Tuesday, August 4th.
All match squad assemble.
Because the things start. Get ready for the big one once again. The ultimate mass event is back. Crave. Crave, the birthday edition. Come celebrate with Grenada's mashup ambassador, Boise.
Because I don't give one boy. We don't do it.
Boise, as he celebrates his birthday with you. And for the first time, experience Grenada's first Twilight event, a spectacular day into night edition where the vibe starts early and carries straight into an unforgettable night of energy and entertainment. Come experience non-stop vibes, ultimate mass, and high energy entertainment by Grenada's top performers, all backed by the explosive Bad Squad Band. One day, one night, one massive celebration. We're talking dirty mass, paint, powder, girls, and rum. Tuesday, August 4th, Crave is the event everyone will be talking about.
Youths of St. Andrew, are you looking for a new opportunity? If so, Cinders CMOS Health and Wellness is inviting 5 young people between the ages of 16 and 25 to take part in a free 1-year CMOS farming training program. Participants will receive hands-on training in sustainable, eco-friendly CMOS cultivation along with a monthly travel stipend. And here's the best part, 2 of the 5 places are reserved for young women. To apply or learn more, email ann.harvey0188@gmail.com or send a WhatsApp message to 473-458-9475. Applications deadline Thursday, July 31st, and training begins on Monday, August 17th, 2026. Don't miss this opportunity to gain valuable skills, earn while you learn, and grow a brighter future with CMOS farming. Apply today. Spaces are limited. Cinders CMOS Health and Wellness.
Angel's Beauty Salon and Barbershop, Bruce Street Mall, St. George's, your one-stop destination for all things beauty. Hair services, relaxes, waves, treatments, braids, cornrows, natural hairstyles, locks and lock installation, wig installation, nail services, acrylic nails, gel nails, pedicures, and more. Call or WhatsApp us today, 1473-403-4421 to book your appointment today. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than the Chameleon Design Studios, the creative powerhouse behind Key Central and dozens of standout brands across Grenada and beyond. From web designs, animations, and motion graphics to custom video productions, we bring your visions to life with unmatched efficiency and professionalism. Need a logo? Logo design starts at just $1,500, and our starter pack includes brochures, call cards, and letterheads. Whether you're launching a new business, revamping your identity, or telling your story visual, Chameleon Design Studios is the new face of designs. Call us now at 1473-422-8601 or scan that QR code. Follow us on Instagram at Chameleon_473. Let's communicate. Call us today.
The new Granville Credit Union debit card has made online shopping easier than ever. Quick, secure, and hassle-free. Just tap, pay, and shop with confidence. Get yours today.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
There is a difference between shopping and shopping well. For nearly 45 years, Calico has understood that difference. Because great shopping is not just about shelves, it's about standards. A place that feels safe, comfortable, and easy to enjoy. At Calico, quality is not hoped for, it is expected. More than a supermarket. Calico is your wholesale partner, your source for dependable hardware, quality appliances, and everyday household essentials. Families trust the name, businesses rely on the consistency, communities recognize the standard. And the best part? Value that is always practical, prices that are always fair, and deals that are always waiting for you. Because shopping should never feel uncertain, it should feel assured. This is confidence, this is a legacy, this is Calico. Calico, your one-stop shop.
Let us take you on a journey like no other. From the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
We are Forge Studios, Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. The Xtention, where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak, time for hear the voices in the streets. The Xtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people
feel. Welcome back.
Awesome, cool stuff. Yeah. Just before the break, we were talking a little bit about the CARICOM enhanced free movement arrangement that we learned from Grenada's Prime Minister, Honorable Mayor Motley. And I'm saying this with no apology, because whoever gives the information, whoever believes that is important and pertinent to share important and strategic information with us, I herald them as the leader of the country. All right, so I will take blows for that. But it's not just politics. I wanted to also speak about what this enhanced free movement arrangement is about, because we want to educate people. Right? So now with this movement, citizens of participating countries are generally able to enter another country without needing a visa, live there indefinitely, work without obtaining work permits, establish businesses, live and re-enter freely. So it's just like you acting like if you're a citizen of the country. And that's why that is so important, right? So far, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines have all implemented that particular arrangement. So you see how important and fundamental that decision is. And if Grenada has interest in it, then that's a matter that should be done for discussion, right? Maybe that should have been said on the rally stage a few Sundays ago.
Instead of whining glass.
Well, instead of whining glass. But I'm just saying we have to now look at what are the priorities of this government, right? Not just old talk. Important matters are not discussed with us, and we learn it from a totally different country and next leader that we now herald as either a co-leader or the leader of Grenada, because at least she's sharing information with the Grenadian public, and it's so important. So now you have to know, press your ears to all foreign news you hear. Grenada, they might just pop up, and you're not sure. And then explanation never comes, and people pretend that it's not happening and so on. That is the environment we are in, but we are suggesting something totally different. A government, an NNP government that would be accountable to its people, right? That would go back to the days when you actually heard from your government, your post-cabinet briefings, allowing the media to scrutinize, right? As a fundamental part of our democracy, right? And that is what we are looking forward to. No longer this issue of need to know, but to share information with us, right? A government that would stand up for its people. If you're not standing up for your people, you can't call yourself a leader. You're hiding when people are in distress. When the women in the hotels were sexually assaulted, the Prime Minister stayed quiet. He said absolutely nothing. And instead, the Honorable Emmeline Pierre was battered and bruised because she stood up for women. But that's what you would expect from her. She would stand up for people. She's not afraid, notwithstanding the criticisms. Because as a leader, you have to show some backbone. You can't just be folding everything something happens and pretend, and then you choose to come out and speak boldly about the execution of horses, when in fact you should be speaking about important and fundamental issues. So here you have the issue where the Prime Minister speaks on the horses, but stays very quiet when it comes to Grenada's interest in becoming part of this enhanced free movement of CARICOM. So it's strange stuff, but we continue to speak about it nonetheless. Igwe, there's a matter I need to raise, and it's an important matter at it.
Let me hear you.
You have now that the government and the candidates are going around and they're engaging persons and offering support. And the truth is, the candidates who are prospective representative of the various constituencies, they hold the post, right? Whether they're senators or otherwise, they hold the post. And the persons who are representing at the parliamentary level really do not have any say or any power at all, right? So you have this $10,000 that they receive through parliament. And now the ministers are saying, go to them. And people come for support. They're saying, go to them. Although they know that the amount is flimsy, that the MPs are not able to use it, right? As they would like, as they would want to. There are a lot of restrictions, really. And the money is held, and actually people come for support, and all the records and reports are given to Parliament. There's nothing hidden about it. But they know that, but they're still sending people now for major support that the government can provide. And beyond that, when someone asks for support and they put a name on a list, they go around and they start using that to hot canvas to say, well, this person is now NDC, right? Counting the people's name, showing their names are wrong, and embarrassing the people for government resources, right? I was in a meeting last night and a lady expressed great disgust. She from St. Andrews Southeast, that she asked for some support, and next thing she heard the name on the street that she's now an NDC because she's begging for support. That is what our people have come to. All right, and that is why they are hiding from the people in diaspora, that they are actually humiliating people. So because you ask for some support, whether it's the building materials or whatever you ask for, no, to do that, you are counted now as a supporter of the National Democratic Congress. And your names are brandished about and your pictures are brandished about now and laughed at, because now you're crawling back to the NDC. That is what we have come to. And these people are they are weaponizing the taxpaying dollars. The monies that we are paying in taxes, that the people are using at their whims and fancies, they are using it as weapons against our people. So I said to someone yesterday, take this stuff, because that is your tax-paying dollars. And do not be afraid that you must still vote for the New National Party, the party you can trust, right? The party that would not expose you when you get a bathroom and toilet. and call the media to interview you, to embarrass you, to humiliate you. Because this issue of bathroom and toilet, no call wash, is nothing new. That's nothing new to the people. That is a project that started under the new National Party. They never made it a big deal. They saw it as a much needed facility and a way to enhance families and improve their livelihood. And they used it and they stayed quiet for the most part. I've never seen a picture with the Honorable Emmeline Pierre or the Honorable Kit Mitchell with some photograph of somebody shaking hand or receiving a toilet. This government is attempting to do that, and they are just simply humiliating the people and still trying to use the tax-paying resources to strangle people and to bully people into supporting the government. People know better, right? I want to say this, that the people of Grenada has entered into a contract with the National Democratic Congress. The government, the ministers, the cabinet members are employees of the people of Grenada. Might I say this again? The cabinet and the government right now, the current government, they are the government, the members of the government, they are employees of the people of Grenada. They're not working in absentia, right? They don't have a bank on their own. The monies that they are bad spending, right, are the tax-paying dollars of the ordinary citizens of Grenada. So when you go to the shop and you buy a pound of sugar, the government has placed a tax on it. The tax you are paying are going towards building bathroom and toilet. The VAT you are paying on the goods in the supermarkets and the shops are going towards paying the very same ministers. Because you have to embrace Igwe, that the government doesn't have a bank. We don't print money here. Right? The monies come from loans. Monies come from grants. Grants mean that you don't have to pay it back. Loans, the taxes and the revenues that are collected on our ports and so on. So when you bring a barrel, Igwe, and you pay your duties on it, or you bring a vehicle and you pay duties, that duty is what is running the government. So don't be fooled and believe that they're doing us a favor when they come to you and they offer you a bathroom and toilet. That is actually your money you have invested in the coffers of the government. So when you take people's names and you start to brand them as NDC and laughing at their names and showing their photograph, that's what happening, you know. So once you get something, these people continue. So now they start to say whole families now become NDC because they get a bathroom and toilet. Or they get some materials. It doesn't work like that. People can't be bullied into supporting a political party. They know better. They understand about care and empathy. And if you have to say to them, look, for you to get this, you have to vote. That is a disqualification immediately. Nobody will take you serious. People get too wise on these matters. And therefore, we have to embrace the fact that we have employed the government and the contract would soon end. And when that contract ends, we have to be wise enough not to make the same mistake because we will be under siege for a very long time. There are some people who, one representative said to a person who came to them for support for study, for their daughter studying, he said, go to Emmeline Pierre. Yeah, you guys didn't think me fit to vote me into office.
Disrespectful.
Go to her and so she will help you. Let me just say this, that those statements are etched in the mind of the voters and revenge will be taken not too long from now. So coming around now and offering everything you could possibly can, it's just a waste of time. Remember, this government said that they would net the sargassum seaweed that's coming in. They would net it outside of the show and they would prevent it from coming here. And up to this time, well, we know better, but it sounded good. The Prime Minister, I listened to him talking about netting, and I have to cringe because the man who's supposed to be intelligent, he's just falsifying right in the face of the people. And he still believe, you get away with it. We would not forget. That is why they want to shut us down, because we will continue to speak and remind the voters. So it's not on the ballot. But when you're going to vote, remember the net they promised, the lie they told, and remember how they put your name on a list and laughing you because you asked for support, and they perceive you to be an NMP. And you know what they're doing? They're losing NDC support because they are quiet people who support NDC, right? They align them to the NNP and they're losing them. So they're ranting and raving, but what is happening on the ground, Igwe, is the total opposite. That's why the Prime Minister have flashlight going in track, shining in night to engage people, because he knows the truth. Let's take the call.
Good morning on the WhatsApp.
Yeah, morning, Mr. Pierre.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, I just wanna correct something.
Mm-hmm.
The name Wash.
Mm-hmm.
Wash is one of the avenues of service of the Rotary Clubs of Grenada.
Oh, that.
They came out with this name years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the Prime Minister must have been invited to a Rotary function and got the hook line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they give schools, tanks, families, washroom and toilet and stuff like that. So okay, we're moving on. Now you talking about government collecting taxes.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of taxes is collected from the gasoline,
Mm-hmm.
the petrol, the energy. Maybe 100% of the cost of fuel is taxed by the government. Okay, so now that's where they have to divide that money so that they can cut down on the electricity bill. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So this is where they have to, but they know about that. They keep jacking up the price of electricity and fuel. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you, caller. This matter concerning the fuel, and the electricity is just out of this world.
Crazy.
And I listen to sympathizers and even the government as though they can't do anything at all about it. Mm-hmm. So these people are sinking small business. All right, when you look at the astronomical electricity bills, it's just impossible for us to cope. And I am betting now on a new government, an NNP government, to change this. I have accepted that this government will do nothing. Yeah. But outside of that, Igwe, I must say to you that we have to do some preemptive framing and some political inoculation. When I say that, I mean we have to now start to talk about what we believe the Prime Minister could do. Because if you watch what's going on, they are allowing this suffering to get worse, to deepen. All right? And it could well be that they're waiting on an opportune time close to the election to bring relief. And so we have to call them out, because I know that is the plan. But this last minute work, it would not suffice, because people understand now that we have embraced this suffering for a very long time, for 4 years. And 4 years is too long. Igwe, let me tell you, 4 years is too long. The opposition has been calling for a reduction in electricity costs. They have been calling to broaden the basket of goods that has a zero tax. And the government has just continuously ignored the calls, and they say the opposition is not suggesting any kind of solution, when that is all the opposition has been doing. Some people say you're speaking too much. Don't tell them, let them make mistakes. Mm-hmm. But as responsible leaders, Igwe, who have been given the charge to represent constituents, you can't stay quiet on the issues. You have to speak on their behalf, and not just criticize, but to make suggestions and to say how these things can be fixed. So if I say to you electricity cost is too high, essentially I'm saying that you should reduce it. I don't have to tell you reduce it, but they go as far to say how it could be done. The government simply ignores the calls, and I'm preempting that there is a plan to run some money closer to the election. But might I say that that plan would not work? The people are seeing through you miles away because they have embraced. Look, I wish the pollster could have come down and walk the streets of Grenada. Right? I walk the streets. Since I'm not unemployed, I have the time. And I engage people every day. And the voices is one refrain, one chorus, that this government must go. When you speak to people who are sympathetic, who have been sympathetic, or even still sympathetic to the National Democratic Congress, one guy said to me yesterday, Mr. Pay, I voted NDC, but watch, they can't make it, I honest with you, he said, look, I love them, I support them, but I do not like a business here. And once they come into office, things just get rough, Mr. Pay. Things just get rough. And he say, I believe NMP is the best group for my business. And I say, yeah, well, you're not talking the thing. So I say, yeah, you could love the NDC, but accept that they're bad for the economy.
Facts.
You could love them and accept that they're bad for family values. They're not wrong in loving them. So we are sharing, we are taking a different approach. We're not hating on the National Democratic Congress. We're not hating on the Prime Minister. We're not hating on the ministers. We are simply saying that they are not, and to use a phrase of the Attorney General, they're the wrong fit for the position. And so we have to change them. We have to flip them around whenever that election is called. So when you come on the ground and you speak to people who are actually experiencing the lived realities and the hardship to cope, it's impossible to cope. One lady said to me, no, the children are home on vacation. She don't know how she buying food for them. She don't know how she would be able to manage and maintain a home with just the basic supplies. It has gotten unbearable. And people need to have frank conversations on this. So it's one thing to cost when you say the cost of living is too high, right? Because if you put together the cost of goods, right, and other services, and I'm talking about food items and basic items, when you look at the cost of vehicle parts, you look at fuel cost, right? You look at the cost of medication, it's virtually impossible to cope. So it's not just one issue. There are several issues that when put together becomes a mounting challenge for the ordinary Grenadian. And so we have to look for an alternative. This government has shut down on us. We have to look for an alternative. And that alternative is the new National Party. You want compassionate leadership that understands the plight of the people, that will not remove themselves from the people, but is willing to be on the ground, in the trenches, in the gutter with the people, in an attempt not to stay with them there and not to leave them, but to lift them up. So you can't get away from that. There are persons who would always need support. There are persons who are underprivileged, who are maybe differently abled, who must get support. How would the National Democratic Congress come back to people who they have removed assistance from? The elderly couple who used to receive a little something, right? And they have not been receiving it for the last 3.5 years. How would they face this? They have to put on masks to go back in people's home, you know. They could never go back with the same face. They have to mask themselves, maybe as different people. Because when you remove the bread from somebody's hand, it's not easy to come back and ask them to vote for you. What will you promise next time? So the couple said they're waiting for them to come back. And that couple wasn't necessarily an NNP sympathetic couple, quite the contrary. But they removed their support and they didn't listen to them. So I want to see what they will do now, waiting for the story when they come back and they knock on the door now and they're asking for support again because they are coming. They are designing strategies. You see them a little bit more often now. But it's now just too late. You can't fix what you've done. The wounds are so deep, Igwe, right? And the bleeding is so fervent that it ain't easy to get bandaged for it. You have to come with bags of money, maybe, if your plan is to bribe people.
That's the plan.
But I don't know. They don't have enough money. People are not stupid. Let's say the call.
Good morning on the WhatsApp.
Igwe.
Hey.
Igwe.
Hey.
Igwe.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Fair.
Morning, boss.
Good morning,
you?
sir.
Yes.
Yeah, how are you, sir? I'm
good.
calling from London.
Oh, good to
I
hear
just
from
want
you.
to and hint something.
Mm-hmm.
I got a call from Grenada Tuesday, and they said to me, Senator Claudette will be on GBN on the point.
Mm-hmm.
But she wouldn't take any question because she afraid of Mr. Rolo.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at the program and the host never lower people to call, you know.
Well, you want questions. So. Any question they take
So GBN,
orchestrated questions. They won't take questions.
Right. Mr. Pay, you're doing a real good job.
Yeah, thank you, caller. Please share this thing.
And with the high
Share it
news.
all
Yeah,
over the
oh
place.
yes. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for calling.
Okay, then Igwe, take it easy.
Blessings.
Well, there's no surprise that they don't want questions, Igwe, because how they would answer questions? How they would answer the couple that has lost their support, right? How would they respond to the young man who, of course, got free tuition to college, as they say, and couldn't pay transportation and he had to drop out? How they would speak to him? So I am not surprised. What they want to do is to talk down to people, and they have the orchestrated program where they take certain calls and so on. I want to call the DM with the PM on there and ask the PM what he thinks about political victimization. And let me and him have a frank conversation. He has dodged me sufficiently, I never get to see him. But I want to know his position on these matters. So if you're coming back to the people, you have to clear those issues, those darkened issues before you come back and ask me what I want. But you realize that the people ain't taking them serious, because when they're going to do their manifesto, the people are not bothering with them because they understand it's just pure trickery that we are confronted with. Because if you're coming to me to ask for this new approach, I want to know what you did with the 22 million you paid for the 50th anniversary of independence. I would want, up to this day, this government have not come forward and give any explanation about this. And we talk, and you see, we talk about a mounting and rising debt, a debt stock that is becoming almost, well, it's already unbearable. And they're not giving explanation, and there's nothing to show for it. If you look on my way coming up here, I know we've had this project with the water changing of the lines and so on, right? I see a surrogate trying to claim it for the NDC, which is so callous, right? But no, they have to frame, because they're adding some projects unsuspectingly, hoping that people don't understand. But this project with change of the lines had nothing to do with the NDC. They executed now, and they're doing a miserable job at it. When you look at the roads, I mean, you could blame the contractors all you want, right? This thing falls squarely on the shoulders of the government. They must supervise what is happening, right? I mean, there are a number of areas that are missed and not surfaced properly. Even temporary surfacing must be done in a way to give us a little easement on our vehicles. Right now, the government owe me a rebate on the suspension parts and so on. And the people have no thought for these matters. They just allowing the thing to go snail pace, and they say it is not them. You can't be the government and you have the state of our roads. This important issue of ease of transportation, not just for people but for goods, and cuts down on the time you spend on the roads and back up on traffic. These are fundamental production issues that we need to take seriously. It's not just one person moving from St. Andrews to St. George's or vice versa. Somebody moving goods, the farmer who is moving his watermelons go down, or somebody coming up St. Patrick's, and the roads are deplorable. And the people are just not doing anything about it. And they're blaming the contractor or Nawasa. We know better. You could only blame the children for a while before you get up to the parents. And it's a way to hide behind the issues and to get away with it. So we have to continue to focus and speak about the issues. I'm not surprised they are not taking questions these days, because Any question would be a hard question. You know, sometimes we say ask the hard questions. Every question now is a hard question. Like, why aren't you ensuring an investigation is done on with respect to the allegation of bribe on the Honorable Andy Williams? How are they answering that? You can't answer this question, you know. That's an unanswerable question. So I know they would duck and hide. I'm just saying to the Grenadian people, when they come back for that vote, you need to ask them those questions. That's what I want to know, right? I'm still waiting on them. They have not come by my home yet. I'm waiting for open discussion. I know if they will come, but I'm waiting for them to come because I know they will come and they're knocking on doors now. I want to ask the question. I want to ask what happened to the lights on the carnage. Where is it stored?
And we hope he good.
Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Yes, my brother. Good morning.
Morning.
I hope you hear me good. I'm calling from.
Yeah, man.
Loud and clear.
Yes. I think one of the saddest part of this cockistocracy group is the destruction they have done to our foreign affairs. I take a lot of objection to CARICOM leaders not recognizing that your economic realities must take precedence. When Donald Trump said America first, it doesn't mean that the other countries don't put the country first. But Donald Trump is a very untactful, undiplomatic individual who do not use script. So he punches from his heart. America first. The Canada Prime Minister said after Canada first, second, and third. And if you notice, most of the European countries start to take a second look at themselves, even the level of tolerance to the Islamist immigrants. We in the Caribbean is missing a serious opportunity, and Grenada is perhaps the worst of it. We are fighting to embrace some ideological principles, and we're ignoring our economic realities. Now, Dr. Kit Mitchell re-established relationship with Cuba, but he has never damaged his relationship with the United States of America, because he believes we could deal with all countries in the world, and yet we could put our economic realities in front. I am not seeing that discussion taking place in the rum shop and some of the corners and the environment that I have been. People tend to ignore it. From the time this Prime Minister come in power, I always said this man is a fake when I look at him. You see how we try to embrace Ortega and Cuba, giving the impression that he was some socialist. He was not. This individual is on a mission to get rich quick. And because as a leader, and any political leader in our arena have serious influence on the policy and the direction that the government take. And the tone could determine the tone of the rank and file. So the Prime Minister has destroyed or is destroying the relationship with the United States of America. Whether you like America or not is not the issue. Whether you like the American policy or not is not the issue. The reality is that your economic realities is tied to the United States front door. Maurice Bishop used to say the back door. Grenada is the biggest supplier of medical doctors to the United States of America outside America. That is significant for us because the St. George's University contribute more than 20% of the GDP. This is not easy thing. I mean, it is difficult for ordinary people like me perhaps to understand the impact and the economic weight of that statement. but it's powerful. Look at the amount of people that work with the United States, with the St. George's University. In addition, the very CBI program that these people have corrupted, and I'm willing to bet Grenada was the chief culprit that angered the European Union because they beat the chest for them. When they advised these countries to stay away from some of the areas they were pushing the passport, they say they're selling passport to human beings. Once you is a human, I have never heard a more stupid economic statement made. The United States and the European Union is telling you have to be more conservative, you have to be more careful, you have to be more meticulous on who you sell passport to. And they are telling you that the people we put embargo on, you cannot sell passport to them. And your reply to them, and it's not an ordinary person, a minister saying that we're selling passport to human beings, and you sell about 12,000 passports in record time. And you are flaunting the view that you make $1 billion. They have a statement called Banana Republic is associated with corruption. So in addition to top members of the leadership, and I want people to understand, when you are the prime minister, the minister of finance, and other top members of the government are agents selling passports, then the check and balances in the place is suspect. It's not that you may not be very honest, but people would say, who is going to guard the guards? Who is going to do the check and balance if the senior members are preoccupied with selling passports? And you had a record sale because it seems nobody to dot the I and cross the T's. Now the European Union has given you an ultimatum. Obviously, Grenada is an independent country, and we could tell the European Union and the United States of America, go to hell. But they could retaliate and put 30% tax on all on the US dollar coming to you. It means that remittance, that is another serious contributor to the GDP, will be affected. It means that the sale of fish and cocoa and nutmeg and soursop will be affected. It means that the tourists that come to your country, the hotel we're building in Liver and other places, that we believe will able to absorb some of the unemployed people in our country and help growth, could be seriously affected. So one have to ask the question, is this cockistocracy we have doesn't understand a simple thing like that? I have taken some time off and called the names of some people in Grenada who I believe could nudge the government and advise them that direction they're going economically is counterproductive. I'm disappointed in these individuals because I believe they are institutionally wise. They're supposed to have the knowledge. But when a prime minister of a country says that he is paying money for good relationship, well, I don't know. All I look at it, if you're paying money for good relationship, that is bribery. But it's not that alone. If the prime minister say that, that might be treated as an isolated statement. And one could defend it and say, well, the prime minister spoke out of turn. But then you hear the prime minister is accepting expensive gifts from companies and individuals. And the prime minister, we have an institution, Remember, the integrity institution Wasn't something somebody dream and wake up, It's because of this corruption in the world and a number of people claiming these small countries are too corrupt. The previous government took the initiative and initiated these institutions in this country to discourage and to stem and to prevent the political directorates from falling prey to corrupt practices. But the Prime Minister decided he's going to ignore it with impunity. So he received expensive gifts, and we are hearing that some of it is in the excess of 30,000 US dollars. And then he received 1,000 cricket kits from Dangote. And these things was never surrendered to the Integrity Commission. So in addition to the Prime Minister aggressive anti-American foreign policy, now these people outside have you add fuel to the fire that they could accuse you for being corrupt. One of your callers this morning spoke about the health system. It's another issue we're ignoring. But if you remember, Ollie, the hospital was a research hospital, a teaching hospital, and a tourist hospital. And I remember pointing out tourist transplant. It's $1 billion industry. Immense pressure is placed in Europe and in America and Israel for accountability with these tourist transplants. Because it is alleged, and some people have advanced empirical evidence that they claim a number of people, particularly the poor of the poor, is taken advantage of. People go to hospital, when they come back, they wake up, they don't have kidney. One of the kidney gone. This is $1 billion. So some of the industry look for other places that would be less scrutinized, where they could continue with the tourist transplant. It means somebody from Dubai wants a heart, and they come in Grenada, a kidney or a piece of organ or skin, and they come in Grenada and they get one. And maybe next thing you hear, a Xtention lose his kidney because he was arrested in Grenada on a petty crime, and then when he wake up, he gets free, but he don't have kidney. Now this is a serious issue, and we are not because of the government is not answering questions. The government is not answering questions, so you're not wiser. You're not in a position to say our government have the integrity that would not be done. You have to remember, the Prime Minister is the first among equals in Grenada. And the Prime Minister believes morality is a private thing. And I always say you cannot condemn somebody for making one mistake. So if the Prime Minister say morality is a private thing, we say maybe rain fall on the galvanizer and he get excited and he sees something. So we won't take it so seriously. But the very said Prime Minister is trying to bring down the age of civil responsibility to 12 years. I mean, what about civil responsibility? That is a problem in Grenada, that you want to pass laws to bring it to 12 years. Well, I'll tell you. Taraba State in Nigeria. Taraba State in Nigeria have about 45%, about 50% of the population are Christians, 45% is Muslims, and 5% is the traditional African religion. But the Muslims, they are very aggressive. And as such, 93,000 Christians have been affected. 200 Christian villages have been displaced, and a couple hundred deaths since 1925. Since 2025. The Prime Minister have visited Taraba State about 3 times, we understand. But we don't know how much time he visited there because he sneaks into countries without informing foreign affairs. And when you say that, when I say these things, I immediately want to back up proof. Because the governor of Lagos State chastised the prime minister publicly in front of his children for sneaking in Nigeria. That is an embarrassing thing. So if we have the relationship the prime minister is establishing with Taraba State, and when you go on the social media in Taraba, it's almost laughable, because they wondering how Grenada could help Taraba. Taraba is the poorest state in Nigeria, and Grenada promised to invest in Taraba. And when the people of Taraba do research on Grenada, they wonder, well, how Grenada could help Taraba, and how Taraba could help Grenada. Taraba have one university, and Taraba is a young state. And you have this active Christian conflict, religious conflict going on. You see, we mustn't take that in isolation. We have to understand the United States of America President Donald Trump collaborated with the government of Nigeria to bomb militants, to kill militants in Nigeria that is alleged killing Christians. So you see, you can't just take one issue because you may be wrong. You have to see how it shows a pattern and tie it. Now, if the Prime Minister of Grenada was genuinely interested in forging a cultural relationship with Africa and Nigeria, the Prime Minister had a beautiful opportunity. When he accepted Dangote 1,000 cricket kits, he should have said to Dangote, it's much better if we introduce Swahili as a language in schools in Grenada. So help us to develop Swahili in primary school for over a 5-year period. After that, we will evaluate it, see how it is sustainable. And if the Prime Minister was genuine, he would have been well respected in the Caribbean. How would you forge a relationship with a people if you don't know their language? We have to understand, irrespective of our love and fascination and duty historical bond to Africa, Africa has 3,000 tribes, 54 countries. Many Grenadians would look on the internet and see the ruckus and the wrangling that's going on now between South Africa, the Zulus, the Cossacks, the Hosans, the Sansan, all different tribes. They hate one another. So we are forging a relationship with Africa that deep to visit Taraba State, the worst state, the poorest state in Africa, that in Nigeria, that is involved in religious conflict, that resulting in 93,000 Christians displaced, 200 villages, and over 300 deaths. Then maybe we should learn Swahili. So if them people say we go kill you, we could say no, don't kill us. So I do not believe that the Prime Minister is genuine about his relationship with Africa, but maybe he's using it to enhance his get-rich-quick syndrome. But while he's doing that, hear what I fear. Grenada in the Caribbean is already considered as one of the left-wing militants, the most militant left-wing in Grenada. And why they say that? Maybe it's because we had the revolution. And because of the execution of Maurice Bishop, because of the execution of Innocent Belma, because of the execution of the Commissioner of Police, because of the horrendous track record, what went on in 79-83. So Grenada, whether it is wise or not, whether it is reasonable or truthful or not, we have the reputation of being the extremists in the Caribbean. The United States the party about 20-something years ago sent out a result that it was concerned about the anti-Americanism in Grenada. Now we have a prime minister that beating his chest for United States of America and forging a closer relationship with jihadist militants in Nigeria, an area where you have some of the worst religious conflicts in Africa. Now, to add insult to injury, the Prime Minister came to Grenada with over 200 persons, we heard, and he brought them in the dark of night and sneaked them out in the wee hours of morning without these individuals facing immigration or going to due process. Sometimes I wonder what happened to our Grenadian thinkers. And sometimes I wonder what happened to all the people who was mouthing around accountability, transparency, and good governance. This period in Grenada, if we continue like that, we're going to be seriously economically affected because of our foreign policy.
Not to cut you, Mr. P. Time for us to take the news.
Yes, take it.
Thank you, caller.
Association.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in a minute.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
From Grenada to the wider Caribbean, this is Triple N News, your trusted source for the latest stories shaping our communities. We'll have the details when we return.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
Hello and welcome back. I am your presenter, Peter Joseph. Young people across Carriacou and Petite Martinique are building new skills through Camp Flame 3.0, a youth program focused on learning, development, and personal growth. The initiative, organized by the Division of Youth, is engaging participants aged 10 to 17 in practical training and sporting activities as part of the National Holiday Program. In the region, Jamaican banks begin phasing out high-value checks. CIBC Caribbean Bank will stop issuing and accepting checks valued at $1 million or more in Jamaica from September 1st, 2026, as the banking sector moves toward eliminating check payments. The restriction will also apply to managers' checks, with customers encouraged to use electronic payment options, including the real-time gross settlement system. The move forms part of a wider initiative by the Jamaica Bankers Association to reduce check usage and expand digital payments. Under the phased plan, the check limit will decrease to $500,000 in March 2027 and $100,000 in September 2027, before checks are discontinued completely in March 2028. And in sports, Stephanie Taylor has made West Indies cricket history, becoming the first woman from the region to reach 10,000 international runs. The Jamaican batter sealed the milestone with back-to-back centuries as the Maroon Warriors swept Ireland women 3-0. Nasira Mohammed tells us more.
Stephanie Taylor got to 10,000 international runs and her 10th ODI century in style, striking 105 of 113 deliveries in the series finale in Bredy, Northern Ireland. She's now the 5th woman in the world and the first from the West Indies to cross 10,000 international runs.
Well, I do feel proud of myself. For the last
year or so, or probably a couple months, I've been working really hard to get back my body fit and, score some runs for the team. So I'm really happy about that.
It was also her second straight ODI 100, making her only the second West Indies women's player to ever score back-to-back centuries, after captain Hayley Matthews did it earlier in the same series. The sweep hands the West Indies 6 crucial ICC Women's Championship points towards automatic World Cup qualification.
But I think I'm really proud of the way we played. It's been a while. I find that we played like this, and to come away with 6 points, clean sweep. I'm really proud of us as a team.
And for the generations coming up behind her, she knows she leaves a legacy.
So I always put in a lot of hard work and, show people that, why, women should play and we can play.
This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
There is a difference between shopping and shopping well. For nearly 45 years, Calico has understood that difference. Because great shopping is not just about shelves, it's about standards. A place that feels safe, comfortable, and easy to enjoy. At Calico, quality is not hoped for, it is expected. More than a supermarket. Calico is your wholesale partner, your source for dependable hardware, quality appliances, and everyday household essentials. Families trust the name, businesses rely on the consistency, communities recognize the standard. And the best part? Value that is always practical, prices that are always fair, and deals that are always waiting for you. Because shopping should never feel uncertain, it should feel assured. This is confidence, this is a legacy, this is Calico. Calico, your one-stop shop.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than the Chameleon Design Studios, the creative powerhouse behind Key Central and dozens of standout brands across Grenada and beyond. From web designs, animations, and motion graphics to custom video productions, we bring your visions to life with unmatched efficiency and professionalism. Need a logo? Logo design starts at just $1,500, and our starter pack includes brochures, call cards, and letterheads. Whether you're launching a new business, revamping your identity, or telling your story visually, Chameleon Design Studios is the new face of designs. Call us now at 1473-422-8601 or scan that QR code. Follow us on Instagram at Chameleon_473. Let's communicate. Call us today.
Turn up the summer vibes with Flow. Add postpaid to your internet and score a Samsung A07 for just $80. Or grab a $300 summer pack. New to Flow? Get postpaid and receive $500 off the new Samsung S26 Ultra. Or switch to prepaid and get a free 30-day plan with 80 gigs. Plus 50% off for 6 months. Every offer lets you spin and win instant prizes. Plus a chance to win a Golden Mass Carnival experience or a grand shopping spree. Visit discoverflow.co today and turn up your summer vibes with Flow, cause we keep your rhythm flowing.
Yo, yo. Grenada on Tuesday, August 4th.
All bad squad assemble.
Because the things start. Get ready for the big one once again. The ultimate mass event is back. Crave.
They feel like a joke here with them when I catch them is over.
Crave, the birthday edition. Come celebrate with Grenada's mashup ambassador, Boise.
Because I don't give one word. We don't do it.
Boise, as he celebrates his birthday with you. And for the first time, experience Grenada's first Twilight event, a spectacular day into night edition where the vibe starts early and carries straight into an unforgettable night of energy and entertainment. Come experience non-stop vibes, ultimate mass, and high energy entertainment by Grenada's top performers, all backed by the explosive Bad Squad Band. One day, one night, one massive celebration. We're talking dirty mass, paint, powder, girls, and rum. I'm back in me bag on this road. Tuesday, August 4th, Crave is the event everyone will be talking about.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive. Color by Sissons. Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of colors. Color by Sissons. Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression. Color by Sissons.
Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
The new Granville Credit Union debit card has made online shopping easier than ever. Quick, secure, and hassle-free. Just tap, pay, and shop with confidence. Get yours today.
Let us take you on a journey like no other. From the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
We are Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. The Xtention.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, when you're talking important thing, time does fly too.
13 minutes past 7 o'clock now.
But we're back to the conversation, Ikwe, and the leader of the opposition in New York was speaking about brand Grenada and protecting brand Grenada. I never thought about it as that, but Grenada is obviously a brand.
Yeah, we are.
We have something to protect. And I believe this government has done a really good job in destroying the brand of Grenada, what we've grown to know and love. I see you queue up a clip there.
Yeah.
And I wanted to play it. One of the callers alluded to it. Let's just play it.
That clip there.
The program is open to everybody. Whether you are Chinese, whether you are Russian, whether you are African. The first thing this administration sees is a human being.
So sell Grenada.
You imagine what that has done to the brand? That's after we had communication from the United States of America, and they were speaking specifically to a particular group. The group one of the groups he named, right? And the man is speaking in Parliament, the highest level, and pushing back in that kind of a way after being conversed with concerning a serious matter. He's saying, I don't care what America says. We see people. Imagine what that has done to our foreign relationship.
Disrespect.
Imagine how that has affected brand Grenada. And that's what we are fighting for in Igwe. It's not a personal fight. It's a protection of the brand that people have grown to love and respect. How would we protect the brand? One of the ways is by upholding the Constitution and the rule of law, right? Ensuring that governance is transparent and accountable, protecting freedom of speech and the free press. How would you score this government with respect to the protection of freedom of speech and the free press? How would you score them out of 10? That's a government that has said from the go that they're going to speak on a need-to-know basis, that has starved us from pertinent information that we needed to make important decisions, that has attempted to bully radio stations such as ours and starve us from government ads in an attempt to cut us down and render it impossible for us to stay alive. How would you judge them when it comes to free press? We're talking about the brand, that we've grown to know and love, that has encouraged freedom of speech. How would you score this government with respect to managing and dealing with corruption in the country at the highest level? How much scores would you give them out of 10? When the Prime Minister himself is actually embracing what his ministers are doing and almost encouraging it, how would you grade him? And what would you say that did to our brand? That's a serious matter. But what about protecting the economy and the public debt stock? What about that? How would you grade this government? What do we have to show for the increase in debt, for the increase in the debt stock? What about managing public finances? And remember, we're talking about protecting brand Grenada. What about managing public finances? If we bring our mind not too long ago, the 50th anniversary, some $22 million spent, right? And about the same amount spent so far with Project Polaris. Not one nail driven, not one hole dug in the soil, but millions spent with no proper explanation. Now, what they've done is prepare the ground for a particular weed to grow high up in the sky. And now they have to guard the site from our local people. They don't want us to go there anymore, because his sister went and took a few photographs with the nice weed that is growing there. So now I understand that they're guarding there now, preventing us from going in our prize location for the great Polaris. We have to. It become an eyesore now, because it's just a field of weed. I don't know if there's any use for the weed that is growing there. I see a nice plant. I don't know what it is. We should maybe investigate it. Maybe we have unearthed some great herbal. I don't know, something, because there's a plant growing there. I know it, and I can't go there now, because I believe they want to make there now a place where people are not able to go anymore. So what should have been the pride and joy has become an eyesore, because this government is destroying the brand. They are misusing our funding. Up to now, we don't have a proper drawing for this project. We're not sure where the money coming from. We're not sure who is really involved, right? The structure and so on, how the company was set up is already, the jury is still out on it. We're not sure. And so everything this government has touched to get a heave, to ride on, has fallen flat on its face, including Polaris, including the diaspora homecoming, including the rally, everything they've attempted to do. Because you see, they really do not have the Grenadian people at heart. That is the problem, It's some motivated by some selfish desire, maybe to get rich or something. And so they're getting left every time. I'm waiting on the new wave. I don't know what new they're coming with now. But everything so far has fallen flat on its face. And so they are doing some almost irreparable damage to the brand. I mean, when a Minister of National Security says that, you're asking the wrong person when they're speaking about communication with a foreign state and radar and these things. You know that we are in real trouble. We have to wonder what is the outside world thinking about us? So I believe that we ought to pay some attention to what is happening to our brand, how it is being destroyed by this government. And obviously, I believe I normally bring my mind to the most divisive speech that ever been given in anywhere in the world as far as I'm concerned, where the Prime Minister now said that the only reason the other side is getting, because we don't know who is the real NDC. So really and truly, it's only them. There is no me and us, it's only them. They're speaking about a particular group. They have done some serious damage to the brand, but I'm hopeful, right? I'm viewing NMP as the architect of hope to bring back some semblance of correctness when it comes to our foreign relation and just how proud we used to feel about ourselves. Let's take a call.
Good morning on WhatsApp.
Morning, Igwe. Morning, Mr. Pierre.
Morning, sir. How you doing?
I'm fine. If we go back sometime last year, when Deacon Mitchell had some, I think was in Cuba, had some big meeting with Daniel Ortega and some other man. And he called on America to free up the embargo on Cuba. And then he go and give them Daniel Ortega a good job. Gates, remember, I stay on that stage and nothing happened. America and Grenada doom on the Americans. Because the CIA don't know that the member the code right, is in Deacon pocket. So the man don't want that. You see what they do? You have to have $15,000 to grab you. You understand? So we have to be careful with Deacon. Deacon always doing anything. What about if somewhere agreement? The man tell us flat out the deal. You don't even read the document. Oh my God. And Gates later, Mr. P.
Blessings.
I thank you, caller. I think Gates is important that we pay some attention to the essence and the DNA of the NNP and what the NNP is really about. I think it's important that we have that conversation.
The NNP have a track record.
We have a track record of excellence in a number of areas. Obviously, NNP is very, very good at maintaining diplomatic relationship with all sides. I mean, that is a given. But I'm speaking about something that is much deeper than that. I'm thinking about the DNA of the NNP as a center-right party, right? And what that means for the organization, right? A center-right political party occupies the middle right of the political spectrum, and it generally believes in balance between free markets and limited government intervention, while also valuing, listen to this, tradition, personal responsibility, national identity, and social stability. So if you're speaking about a center-right party, you're thinking about a position that includes economic policy, lower taxes, where practical, support for private enterprise, entrepreneurship, investment, and job creation. Right? The government now should regulate markets but avoid unnecessary interference. Center-right speaks to smaller, more efficient government, right? With emphasis on accountability and prudent management of public finances. So the NNP is not whooping. That is the psyche. That is the DNA of the party. That is the philosophy of the party. What about social policy? They respect family values. So when you hear about the reduction in no civil age of responsibility, where a 12-year-old can go and get sexual health services without the knowledge of a parent, you won't get that emanating from an NNP government. So it's no mistake, because that is what the government, the NNP, is made of. Social responsibility, managing and maintaining cultural traditions, right? Of course, they accept a general slow change that reflects public consensus. This government hid from us for almost 4 years. It's only recently they have decided now to talk to us. And they talk to us in a controlled way, where people they orchestrate could call in. Right? So I had to make that point because a center-right party encourages businesses to create jobs, lower taxes and incentives. If you look at all the projects that are currently happening, all of them have the NMP sign on them. Liver project. Yeah? All the projects you could think about, the current project that's engaged now with changing the NASA, changing all the lines and pipes. That's a signature NMP project. The St. Andrews Anglican Primary School, another signature NMP project. But obviously, we have nothing to show that has come from the lines of the NDC. It's just not possible. And now they have to scramble with a narrative. And they reach to the point of saying that NMP should have done this and NMP should have done that. And if NMP did that, then they would not have to do that. But they are confronted with a situation where the world is reorganizing itself. And we have to now be able to see a government that can deal with crisis, that is positioned to deal with crisis. How would they deal with crisis when they can't even get a visa to travel to the United States? How would they treat and respond to difficult situations as fuel costs, for example? I mean, I was so taken aback when I realized that a representative from Grand Lake was put in front to speak about the high cost of electricity and not the Prime Minister. An issue that has taken center stage, right? And the public is crying out, businesses and individuals alike. A matter that hits the core of our spendings and all that we are involved in. And the Prime Minister hides behind a representative from Grand Lake. And the poor man coming now to explain to us why the electricity bill is so high and that we should have patience. That should be coming from the mouth of a leader that cares, a leader that what is salt. You can hide when you have important fundamental issues affecting your people, the entire population. People are now comparing the electricity bill. You're having increases of 100% on businesses who are finding it difficult to stay on course, to just break even. And the Prime Minister hides himself and pushes an innocent representative from Grand Lake who comes and say a few things, hoping that the Grenada public would latch onto it. Well, we are not latching on because we understand that rests on the shoulder of the Honorable Prime Minister, and he must speak. If he could rush and speak on the slaying of the horses, if he could rush and speak on the slaying of the horses, then he should have spoken on the electricity situation a long, long time ago. That affects much more people than the horses. But you see, the Prime Minister determines and prioritizes what he believes would get the most kick on social media. And he believed that the horses would get the most kick, that he would be popular. But of course, he miscalculated it. And you know, Igwe, I look at the St. Lucian officials. I feel sorry for them. The only person that didn't speak about it is the Governor General and the Prime Minister in St. Lucia. Because they are bringing people who are coming and actually putting the reputation of St. Lucia at risk. They actually said that you could just take your pets out of the country and we have no responsibility. What does that say for St. Lucia exporting anything to anywhere? Mm-hmm. These people are not thinking. I don't know how the Honorable Deacon Mitchell get them to speak on that. And I don't know what he did, but it have to be him, because for them to come like that and expose their system and themselves, it could never be a curative measure for what has happened. But they came and to me embarrassed themselves and exposed the weakness in the system that could only do damage to them. So the Prime Minister spoke on it, But he's hiding on the Grand Lake issue. He's hiding on the cost of living. He's hiding on the debt, increasing debt stock. He's hiding on the money that has been spent on the 50th anniversary. So he's deciding what he speaks on. We are taking cognizance of these things. We are paying attention and will continue to speak on the issues. Because the issue, there are common issues. Everywhere you go, people talk about the cost of living. You can't hide from it. Every time we go to the shop, Igwe, we feel it. We feel the effects of what is happening. And they have thrown their hands in the air and say, what? We can't do nothing about it. I expect something to happen as we draw closer to the election. I expect some relief to come. And that is why we have to now do some political inoculation to prepare people for what is to come. Because something is going to happen. Because I doubt that the Prime Minister would go down to an election with this current state of affairs. Whether backed by some pollster or not, because he knows better. The people of Grenada has come to the point where they now know who they should choose to lead them. Whoever they're speaking to must be lying to them. Because if you just traverse a mile and you speak to 10 people, the refrain is all the same. That people are fed up and they're finding it difficult to cope. And rightly so, none shall escape the wrath of this government. We all have to go to the grocery store. We all have to go to doctor. We all have to pay for medical bills and for medicine. And a lot of people also trying to get a visa to go to the United States. And now we face with a roadblock where we have to come up with 15,000 US dollars. I mean, how much of us can do that? How much of us can do that? I expect the government to put up some fund to assist Grenadians with the bonding.
Yeah.
If they want the salt. Because if you cause a problem, you have to bring us some sort of relief. You have to attempt to mitigate and help us. But the people are remaining quiet because they can reroute to the United Kingdom and they can go where they want, they can travel where they want. So that they have no care as how the ordinary Grenadian is being affected by this. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ingrid.
Morning.
What's up, man?
We did.
General Pierre.
How are you, sir? Good stuff. How you doing?
I'm good, man. You're sitting up proper there, man, and sounding.
Oh, yeah.
Sounding. You're sounding.
Yeah. We're speaking truth, man.
Guys shaking, man. You got them guys shaking, I want to just add in a little something. I want to say that, listen, NNP has a proven time and time again. Excuse me. The record is there to see. NNP has been through two major disasters on the island and brought the island back, Ivan and Emily. NNP went through the structural adjustment and not one person was sent home. NNP again. NNP went through the COVID era. And we see all sorts of different programs were set up to help people during the time the country was closed. NNP went through, was the other one? But NNP has went through a number of programs and proven that we are battle tested. We didn't just do things out of, put it that way, say, young people just doing things for doing things. Under the leadership of Dr. Mitchell, experience showed, because we have seen it today. We kept gas because we understand the plight of the people. And we also made it possible that school children could get help and scholarships all around the world. During the COVID era, you had the faith-based program where a number of people were still being employed. Our senior citizens were being looked after. So, I mean, the track is so long. It's so long. NMP has, you name it, NMP has did it. And for those who saying that they haven't seen anything happen in Grenada since the time of Maurice Bishop, I simply say this: I cannot debate with a blind person. Because if you tell me that you haven't seen anything from since the time of Maurice Bishop, it's simply saying that you're blind. So why should I debate with you about seeing? It doesn't make sense. You know, so NNP and the people have shown and know that NNP is the party, hence why NNP been in power for 23 plus years. When we take a look at the NDC, it's always one term. Every time the people, they sing a sweet song and the people buy into it and give them a chance, they haven't lived up to it. Now they're coming around saying that they want you, the people, to tell them what to put in the manifesto. I want to say to you, the people, I want to say to us, the people, let them complete the 2022 manifesto first. And then ask us what they want us to put in 2026 or 2027 manifesto. Don't try to bamboozle us and tell us that you want us to tell you what to put in the manifesto. Let's take a look at your 2022 manifesto and how many of those things you were able to fulfill and complete that you promised us. This is how you are being judged and deciding whether or not you deserve a second chance based on your manifesto and how much you completed your manifesto. You see, these guys, they love to play games with words. But people, I am happy that our people is waking up. Our people has woken. And we're going to show them. We are not sleeping. We will not take this nonsense anymore. Far too long, these guys are just taking care of themselves. And come election day, we're going to put an end to that. Thank you, guys.
Cost of living, I'm just going to say this. In the first 90 days in office, one of our challenge that we will take on, we will challenge ourselves to reduce the cost of living burden on our people. And we've said over and over, and we did some of these things before, that there are some immediate actions that you can take. So when we announce that package of action for the first 90 days, one of it will be and must be, we own majority shares in Grand Lake. So one of it must be finding a way to reduce the cost of electricity. And so I say to you, we will challenge, we're not even waiting for you to challenge us. We will challenge ourselves to ease the cost of living burden on our people within 90 days of government. Cost of living.
All right, Igwe, so that's the opposition leader. They're speaking about some remedy, some immediate remedies within 90 days.
That's a good one, no?
Yeah, they've been calling about solutions. There you have it. But she stopped telling them what to do. She stopped telling them what to do. She's saying what the NNP will do when they get into office. And that is a response, Igwe, to the cries of the people, right? The opposition is not speaking about something they dream up, right? They're speaking about what people are saying. What is coming from, what is being exuded from the ordinary man. Everybody you speak to, That is the number one issue. And the cost of living encompasses a number of different areas, not just the cost of food, not just the cost of electricity, not just the cost of water. The list continues. The cost of services, all right? The list even continues even more, Igwe, the cost of vehicle parts. It's actually choking the Grenadian people. So I believe that the NNP is ready to make the necessary changes in a quick time, right?
wait.
And I'm holding them to this, and Grenada must now listen. So while the government go around trying to get from us what we want them to do, the opposition is saying what they will do. And you don't have to go and have a meeting anymore and speak to people to ask them what is going on. People are shouting all over the place about the issues that are confronting them. Right? That now is a given. And responses have been coined. I'm talking about not responses that are akin to getting a bucket truck to pick fruits. I'm talking about a realistic one that is easily achievable, one that is realistic, because the NNP cares about people. I mean, you can have people bawling and crying out and struggling, and you're pretending it's not happening. We want real solutions that can actually work. All right? And I am betting my bottom dollar on this, that the NNP can turn this thing around. If the government is afraid or unable to do so, I am betting my bottom dollar that the NNP is able to turn this thing around. So we were talking about owning up and speaking up for the people. The opposition leader is ready to speak up and own up and stand up. The Prime Minister is doing his best at hiding, and we talked about the Grand Lake issue, a very current and topical issue. All right, the question is, where is the Prime Minister priority? What is he willing to speak on? Maybe he better speak to Honorable Mia Mott. Let her speak about it, because she's speaking about the enhanced movement for the CARICOM. So ask her to speak about the electricity problem and the cost of. Let us speak on his behalf. He seemed to be afraid to confront those issues. I mean, how could the NDC have any conscience to come on our doorstep to ask for a second term? I don't know. They have to really drum up some really strong conscience and fortitude to return to ask for something that they have squandered early days into the time in office. I mean, what the NDC has done very early is to take a pay hike at 2,000, then a 5,000, then an next 5,000. These people took a pay hike before the stroke of a pen, before they did anything. So to them, the cost of living is non-existent. They are able to manage to buy their groceries and pay for the fuel costs with ease. But that is not the story of the ordinary Ghanaian. That is not the lived reality of the ordinary Ghanaian on the ground. And therefore, it means that the conversation the opposition is now having has come from the people. While the government is trying to determine what the people want, the opposition has already unearthed what the people want and is now offering solutions. And that is what we want, a forward-thinking government that can represent the people, that are actually speaking for the people. The voices you're hearing actually coming from the people of the constituencies, Shanti, Male, and River Sally. That's the voices you're hearing, They just don't have a voice, they don't have a platform. And some of them are so afraid. Listen, I attended the town hall meeting at the Bel Government School, and there was a lady there who stood up and she wanted to make a contribution. And she afraid of the camera, she afraid of the mic. The last town hall meeting in St. George's, a lady left the room. She ran out of the room when she thought the camera was on her. She's scared to death. I make a joke with her and say maybe we need to have a town hall meeting with mask. You know, you have this events that are promoted with a mask that we have to do a town hall now and let people put on a mask in the front of the door, because people after 4 years are scared to death because of the way the government is handling people who have a dissenting view. So this woman ran out of the building because she said, Lord, she believed the camera spotted on her. And she's afraid that she will lose her job. That is a sad state of affair for a prime minister who stood on that platform a few weeks ago and said the reason why the NDC would remain in office because of empathy. When this government has led the march in political victimization right in Karakou, they took the keys. Let me tell you something. I believe the people in Karakou voted already, you know. In my mind, the people of Karakou already voted. Because I don't know how any right-thinking person in Karakou could vote for the National Democratic Congress. It means that you are also laughing in the face of the mothers and the single parents who got homes that was subsequently taken away from them. You can't be a true Kayak and you vote for the NDC, knowing fully well that there are people who are now waiting, right? After how much years now? How much years now did the hurricane pass? And the government got over $117 million in the CRIF payout, and people are still struggling. And the homes they built for some of the people are leaking. I don't know how they would stomach. I don't know. I've seen worse. And I mean, I don't know how they would come back to the people and say, you should vote for us. They have to have a lot of stomach. And I believe the people in Carriacou and Petit Matic already voted. The ballots are not yet cast, but in their minds, they have to march to the polling station, right? With the way that the hurricane was handled, the aftermath of the hurricane was handled by the National Democratic Congress. They have to march to the polling station, remembering what they did to the playing field in Hillsborough. They have to march right to the ballot box, remembering how they turned away the people from Carriacou who was looking for shelter in their affordable homes. And then they say it wasn't people ready or people friendly. And then persons occupied it soon after that. Let me tell you, these people have 100 reasons why they shouldn't vote for the National Democratic Congress. And I'm saying this even to the people who are supporters of the National Democratic Congress. Because what you do, you're voting for a party that crushes you immediately afterwards. And we are each other's keeper. So you've got to vote with what happened to your fellow men in mind. And so I believe that this constituency has already voted based on what has been meted out to them as a people. So they could shut all they know in New York and in what they call the diaspora. The people has already voted. Because they're not stupid. They understand what a caring government is. They understand how a caring government serves its people. That to me is a given. And that is the story, all around the country, So that is why they're going around now asking about their performance. They stop asking about the government performance. They're asking about the prime minister's performance. When the people come to you, ask them when will he speak on the Grand Lake matter. And ask them why me and Motley speaking on our behalf. These are the questions you have to ask when they come and ask you how you performing. Let's take the call.
Good morning on the WhatsApp.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Let's play loud and clear. My brother.
Good morning.
And I want to say good morning to Mr. Donald wherever he is.
Listening.
I just come back and I listening. Have a good morning.
Awesome. Yeah, keep listening, but don't listen, but share this thing.
Share.
People need to know. People need to know what is going on. And we are speaking on behalf of the persons who are afraid to speak. Imagine in 2026, you have people who are afraid to speak or afraid to be seen in certain quarters because they believe that they would be victimized. And not just a perception, We experience that there are persons who are victimized in the country because of their conscience, because of where they find themselves. That is our lived reality, and we can't get away from that. So I don't know what pledge they would have now when it comes to victimization. I'm wondering, I listened to the Prime Minister and he said, look, he wanted to encourage free speech. He felt that people were not given the opportunity to speak. And he also said that the free speech could even help in determining how leadership is being structured and so on. Lo and behold, that was just old talk. As soon as he become Prime Minister, we say is now the issue of need to know, and people can't speak anymore. Public servants are trolled on Facebook and threatened and called in and so on, and they can't argue that that's the matter of fact. A lady who was just seen in a launching of a candidate was hauled in a few days after that and told that she might be campaigning and transferred. But you can't stop people from speaking publicly on issues. You can't stop that. When you're governing like that, you should want people to speak. But obviously, we have to now prepare for them because they are coming. And they are coming back to say why we should vote for them a second time. Well, I have news for you. We have 1,000 questions for you before we accept that we'll vote for you again. And now, because you're hardly taking questions, we won't believe that we're getting answers of most of them. The reality is that we have an environment now where we are under pressure and the issues are ignored. And we now want a group who will speak for us, who will speak and treat with the high cost of living, who will look after our women, who will not turn their backs when our women are under pressure. That is it right there. And I think it's a clear indication right now on who we should choose. It's important, that people get registered to vote. Voting is a fundamental, not just a pillar of democracy, but that is how you could effect change. If you sit down and you complain, right, and you wallow in self-pity, and you are not registered, you are adding to the problem. You have to get registered and you have to vote for a group that care about you. And now, Honorable Dickie Mitchell is not brand new anymore. We have gotten an opportunity of 4 years to see what he's made of. And we now understand that he's the wrong fit for us. He's not treating with our friends correctly. Our friends are shutting the doors on us. I was speaking to a young lady yesterday. We didn't finish the conversation. She's attending the university, so it's no ordinary mind. And we have to have some further conversations because now, what is the prospect of her traveling to get greater opportunities? If you stick with this government just now, we won't get a visa. And those of us who have freedom in mind up, I might get the next one. I'm worried. I'm telling you, I'm dead worried about these things. But the reality is that we are faced with this situation where the doors are shut on us. And so when you have to get registered, you have to encourage others to register. Let me tell you, we are advocating for family meetings now. We can no longer say we're not speaking politics, because if we hide from it, we will continue to be affected in a negative way. And so we need to have conversations and we need to make family decisions. Because I'm speaking to entire households now that must embrace the fact that they need to vote for the new National Party. I was speaking to a gentleman yesterday and he reassured me, he said, look, Mr. Pierre, my house going one way. He have about maybe 14 or 15 votes. He said, my house going one way. And the man gave a clinical account. I didn't want to stay so long with him, but he gave a clinical account of why he must vote for the new National Party and why his children must vote for the new National Party and why his grandchildren must vote for the new National Party. And I found it to be quite interesting. He gave a long narrative and he explained with some detail. And he made some comparison. He said, Mr. Pierre, look, when I go to the, and I send now my wife to make groceries, she's getting less for the same amount of money. And he said, that's a problem. And I listen to him and I say, this man understands what is happening in the country. So if the government believes that we are ignorant, they're making a serious mistake. People have apprehended the issues that are affecting them, and they are articulating it quite well. We are just giving a further lift to this, but people know. I listened to the people in New York over the last few days, and they understand. They are not tricked. So the government believes what they believe is not the reality. People understand the issues, and they are ready. And there are people who are not necessarily supporters of the NNP, but they understand the issue. Let me just say this, Igwe, that this election is an important election for this country, for the future of this country. In a short space of time, I must accept that this government have done their fair share of damage to our reputation and to the brand. And we need to save Grenada from the Honorable Dickon Mitchell and the NDC. And I love them. They are brothers and sisters. They are sons of the soil. So we have nothing personal against them. Let me just get this out of the way. I'm speaking about policy direction, right? And I'm speaking about the approach they are taking with governance. That's what I'm speaking about. It's nothing personal. The Honorable Dickon Mitchell is the leader of the country currently. He's a son of the soil. He seems to be well educated, and I love him to death. But when it comes to leading the country, he's not the right fit for our country. Let me tell you this. This man is bad for national security. When the Americans came down to have serious discussions, somehow he always out of the state and letting other people have. These people must be laughing at us, you know. When a ranking member of any country comes to have serious conversations, they want somebody who is on at their level. The Prime Minister has absent himself, whether conveniently or otherwise, to stay away from important discussions. And therefore, he's bad for national security. When you have a Prime Minister who holds the National Security Ministry and he's behaving like that, we are in trouble. And national security here now is not just what's happening in the country with crime. That's a minute part of it. There's a more substantial part of national security that has been able to stand up and give account and have serious conversations at the highest level. And he has shown that he's not able to do that. So how could we continue with this? How could we continue with this group of people leading our country? They believe in faith and having a good time and spending money. They're very good at that. Give them that. I mean, I give them 10 out of 10 when it comes to travel, faith, fun, food, and so on. I have no problem with them with that. They've made their mark when it comes to having an awesome time. But when it comes to governance, when it comes to providing proper leadership and account to this country, these people have failed miserably. And in my mind, I mean, you have to be some voodoo for people to vote for them again. I don't know what could be their plan. I'm waiting with anticipation as to what the new promises will be. Because of course, those promises might remind you they were grand, you know. They say making everybody permanent, you know. Whatever that means. Now, permanent has taken a new shape. No, it doesn't mean the same thing. Because then, you know, when they articulated permanent, they were talking about being able to embrace the 1958 pension arrangement. That's what permanent actually means, you know, to a Grenadian, you know. The public servant who voted, who said, look, I have to vote. One young lady said to me, Mr. Paywatch, I have to vote for NDC because I'll become permanent. The last time I saw her, she refrained from having the discussion because she knew that she made a serious and fundamental error. Because not only she's not permanent, but she's asked now to contribute to her pension. So it's 2 lash of stroke she got. Not just been duped, but she have to pay into a pension now. So that can be corrected if they make any attempt to say that they kept that promise. Well, of course, they failed miserably. Right? And the Imanis, they are still balling. Let me tell you, When he came into office, he had 3,000, you know. No, he ever what 1,000.
Less.
Well, they found a way for different reasons to continue to do to haircut of the money, and so they cut it on and continue to cut it because they are not able to make everybody permanent as they promised. So I'm wondering what they would tell these 2,500 Imanis that are no longer engaged. Who should they vote for this time? That's a $1 million question.
Expensive one.
Because when you fail me once, you can ask me to give you another opportunity. You're just wasting time. And therefore, we have an opportunity now. We've given up an opportunity to judge the performance of this government. And we now know what they are about. And we can now make a decisive decision to save this country, to save brand Grenada. And therefore, let's get ourselves ready. No talk should be about people are not voting. People have to come out and vote. If you are, get registered and go to the polls and get ready to go. They still hang up on crowds, peeping and say, NMP have a little bit of people. Well, you in office, you have all the resources in the world. You're supposed to be pulling out hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
You're still trying to lie about crowd size, and you're not getting that people have found out who you are and what you are about. And they're ready for change. We get a call, so let's take it.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Speaking from St. David.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me from St. David?
Yeah, we're hearing you loud.
Loud and clear.
Okay, Mr. Pierre, good morning.
Morning, my brother.
Morning, Tigre.
Good morning.
Listen, I call him from St. David. Yesterday, I was sitting in the veranda. 3 ladies come. I got kind of elderly, from West Hall. None of them come to me. First thing they approach me with, who I'm voting for. I said, you could ask me this kind of question. I said, my name is on the list. Well, I go for all my documents. Oh, no, your name is not. Who you like, NDC or NNP? I say, this is my girl. This is my dude. The Queen of Sheba going to leak all this so bad. Mr. Pierre, let me tell all this I want the world know. I have a toilet. I have a tractor do it. Was in the yard. I dig the pit hole. I dig the sock away. You know the next door neighbor say, I the last to get. I take out my green jersey. I put on Mr. Oliver Joseph. I put on Miss Pierre Bond. And I raise my flag outside. You know the other to stay in the road? And next guy on top day. They must they must know nothing about political party. Talking about my Prime Minister, Mistress Pierre, that darling. I just pray for that lady. I'm praying for her. St. David's, let we don't make that mistake. Anytime a man watching your cocky eye, he can't watch you straight. You have to be careful, TJ. Mr. Pierre, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm listening. Go ahead, my brother.
Let me tell you something. I live close by the river, and I cleanse myself for St. David's. I declare St. David's going to be we own. The one who wins of Paris will just stop. They forget you. Because they ain't know nothing but the revolution. I was in that revolution. And every time they come in St. David, I never see what could happen. St. David people, if all you hearing me, who hearing me in Grenada in the diaspora, please let's give Miss Pierre our precious vote and bring back Grenada into the hands of Grenadians. Mr. Pierre, all you have a nice day. Oh, before I say that, all my children are 10 boys, 7 girls. Regardless, they have to go where I go. Right. These shit, they have to go where I go. If I have a mango tree in my yard and it start to get yellow, I cut it down. I have a little blogger tree and it start to get, I cut it down. I don't want that disease here. And NDC is no dollars for the country, no development in this country. It's haters we have in this country. I never meet a party could divide people. So even in your sister, they vaccinate you. If you don't see we have green jersey or a green rock. It's up here going to the shop just to get a mackerel. She don't have. It's scarce. Because why? Because they are yellow. It's up here, and Nitty-Gray. Have a nice day, please.
Blessings.
Thank you, caller. Good to have you from St. David's. Igwe, there are some persons who are undecided. They're on the ropes and they're not sure who they should vote for. Some people they don't feel they should vote at all. We need to speak with them. I believe you had an opportunity to see the performance of the government, and it shouldn't be too difficult to know that they're not fit, right? They're not a right fit. You have to ask yourself, can this team, the NDC, manage the economy? And there are a few variables you have to look at. You look at the debt stock, you look at the cost of living, you look at wastage, and you should answer your question right there for yourself. Right? You should ask if they could improve healthcare. We see what the disaster is, and their response is building a health village. That's Project Polaris. You look at public safety and ask to determine what kind of job they are doing. So if you're undecided, I'm just throwing out some suggestions of what you can latch on to get decided. Because once you could compare, it shouldn't be difficult to know who you should vote for. Right? If at this time we are dealing with a healthcare system where basic medication is not available for the people, it shouldn't be difficult to know that you have to vote for the new National Party. You have to vote for the reduction of taxes on some essential goods. Yeah? If your electricity bill has gotten unbearable, then you must know you can be undecided and you're going to pay your electricity bill that has doubled over the last few months. That should give you some injection to decide. It shouldn't be difficult when you look at your water bill. It shouldn't be difficult. So I'm just throwing out some suggestions on how you can get decided. Think about the team that can now normalize relationship with the United States of America and have the ability to negotiate us out of the 15,000 US bond when we go for a visa. Think about that. This government has proven that they can do it. In fact, they are causing it to happen. So you can be undecided. I'm giving you some suggestions on how you can decide, and that is important. And once you get to that point, if you own a vehicle, how can you be undecided? From a cap of 15 to 17? That should make you decide immediately. It shouldn't be difficult. If you have anybody who have any ill health and they require medication or services, that should help you decide. Grenada, we have not seen that kind of leadership in a long time. That kind of callous leadership. And it is incumbent on us to make the right choice. I give them that. We saw something brand new and we decided we'll give it a shot. And that happens sometimes. You know, I always liken it to a brand new shoe, or we prepare for a great occasion and the shoe squeezes us for the entire period. But what we do, we jam, we're looking good, even if we haven't pain in our feet, no problem. But when we take out that shoe,
when you come out,
that's it. We grind for about an hour after with the stiffness, and we know next time this shoe either we either put it to stretch or we leave it alone. And that is what I want us to use as to change the way we voted the last time. And we vote for a team that is able to bring relief. Because right now, the country needs rescuing. The issues there, I mean, this 90-day matter, 100 days or 200 days, whatever that distance, the time is, we require some urgent attention. The government have to get to work immediately. Immediately on health, on the cost of living, generally the economy, the issues with our foreign relationship. People have to get to work almost immediately. There's no time for rest, right? And I know they will not increase their salary. They will get straight to work because these are people who are accustomed to work. They will get straight to work, and I know that they are humble people. They won't be arrogant. And that to me is the hallmark of decent leadership. A lot of things to fix. They will not embarrass you. They won't put your name on a list and go and laugh and say you're an NMP and you want help now. That's why the people are reducing us to, have a list laughing and calling people name and say they have to vote for us now because we're giving them materials. The materials that we are actually buying. So we're in a sad state of affairs that we need to quickly fix. And the NMP has promised and is ready to target the important areas and to stay disciplined on our spendings. I mean, the Prime Minister tried to justify his travels, and up to now, he has not done a decent job of that. Because people start to say, well, he bringing back something. If he bringing back things, will he bring back some bags, some cricket gears?
You mean get a free?
Yeah, well, I give him that. And then he bring back trouble. He brought some visitors who interfered with our women. So he bring back things. But it's just that the things that he's bringing back, we are not able to use it. But what we crave is good, transparent governance. That is what we crave. We crave decent health care. And the promise is that 30 minutes away from you, you should get decent basic health care. That is the promise. And that is not difficult. They're not promising no pie in the sky. We want a government that is prepared to listen, not to be arrogant. Everything you ask, they set ablaze, they set the surrogates to run after you and insult you and call you names and so on.
It's a few of them.
Well, it's a few people with about 1,000 fake names. And I see now that they are now sharing some of the NMP clips. I want them to continue to share it. Because even if they're trying to get a negative connotation, people would hear the truth. So I sometimes, I don't really comment because I want them to continue to share it as crazy so that people will listen. Because one person will decide, nah, NMP speaking the truth. Let's take the call.
Good morning. Morning.
Hey, good morning, Ignis.
Hello.
Hey, good morning to you and Mr. Pate.
Good morning.
Morning,
Mr. Pate, you say that yes, you should be ready to vote. Yes, I'm ready to vote. I want to vote to see lots of changes in Carriacou. When I see what's happening in Carriacou, when you come into Carriacou, yes, you go see some houses they call Build Back Better. But I don't know if it's Build Back Better or Build Back is assistant to carry water. But at the end of the day, Mr. Pate, they look good at the front. But as I say, they can't even hold water. But at the end of the day, when you go to the back of the village, you'll see what the disaster, what the hurricane did in the back of the village. The poor people cannot put back their roof. They need help. I know I was there in Carriacou when I went to the meeting, when they give away the keys to the people in Carriacou. I was there. I was present. Delma Thomas was there. She's the one handing out the keys. Kindra Maturin Stewart, she was there. And the Chinese people was sitting there at the front. And I'm telling you, they gave the key to the people. I went to view some of the Chinese houses. Nothing wrong with that. They look nice. Yes, they're a bit small, but at the end of the day, they're livable, they're nice. The people could find a way. And some of the people, the only thing they needed was to just to go and get the water and electricity. And some of them, they went and they took back the keys from these people. No, the same person who have children, she don't live far from me. She has 4 children. And she had the key to get the house, the Chinese house. And as I said, she had to hand it back in. No, the water, the hurricane did destroy her house. It destroyed the house because it was a house she got, from family members. The family passed on and she moved in there. But obviously she knows sometime or the other, she has to get something. But the Chinese house was a godsend. But the hurricane damaged the roof. No tarpaulin, they're living on that tarpaulin. If she had had that Chinese house, if she had gotten that Chinese house, she would have been better off, should have been all right. But no, what they do, they take it away. They take away the key from her, and she's just there. She's just there. She asking for somewhere to stay because the water come. When the children come, ask them, "Did you get wet?" "Yes, you get wet, but mommy cover me down with a sheet." But because she doesn't want me to catch cold. That is not right. That is not right. So please, I'm waiting for NMP to come back. I want the NMP come back to make the country better than before. It was good during the time. Now we're going down to the dogs. I'm hoping that they get better than before. Have a good day, Mr. Pierre.
Should we stay quiet while taxpayers' money go down the drain? Should we stay quiet? Wastage and mismanagement, $118 million. The CRIF program, farmers and fishermen still waiting for assistance. The Government Development Bank, one minister walks away with $3 million from the Grenada Development Bank, the Poor People Bank. Wastage and mismanagement. Did your government deserve 150% increase in salaries in the first year that they took office? Did we need 15 new vehicles at this time with a deficit of over $30 million? Did we need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in addition to those 15 vehicles to buy luxury vehicles for the speaker and other government officials? The budget for entertainment in this country has never in the history of this country been so high. $11,000 spent for a luncheon for a board in this country. We are told that hundreds of thousands of dollars was spent for a flyover bridge that has been somewhere in a storeroom. Prefabricated houses in Carriacou, some of them in bushes. $17 million for 17 houses. What is your conclusion? That a house costs $1 million? What about the agro-processing plant in St. David's? Abandoned in bushes. Are we doing things just to tick a box? Wasting monies? Because I guarantee you that the lights in the stadium cannot meet international standard. No cricket team could play under the lights in Progress Park. The lights that were dumped in Lassages are far better than those that were purchased and installed. The millions that we are wasting could do something for the people of this country. Children need help. Senior citizens that were promised $600 a month, many of them could have been getting it if we manage our resources better.
Yes, Mr. Pierre.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's simply talking the truth.
Yeah.
And notwithstanding the criticisms, I suspect it's difficult to beat that. Because as a lion, when you release the lion, you don't have to defend it. That's the truth. These are the issues that we are confronted with, and she's not afraid to speak to it. But she's speaking on behalf of the people. She's speaking the realities. She's actually speaking, she listens to people. And any conversation you hear, that's what people are speaking about. What they are going through. I sent you another clip that I wanted to just play.
The last one?
Mm-hmm.
Let me line it up. Give me a second.
So these are the lived realities, people, and we have to continue to speak to it to inform you. But that's an interesting clip. That's for the General Secretary, Mr. Dylan Charles, that he was speaking to. We need to listen to this one.
Let me just 1 second. Share this tab. All right, good now.
I am very concerned as a young professional and a young person in this country when I look around and see what's happening. This bill designs contracts, and I want you to understand from a guy who's just 35 and how I feel about it. While they may hail it that these are great contracts, I want you to ask yourself, and you're going to ask the ministers, have you seen any of the terms and conditions for these contracts? Has the government announced what is the cap value of any of these contracts? Will they announce it? Based on their pattern or their trend of how they handle business so far, more than likely you will hear crickets because there will be absolute silence and there will be no accountability and no transparency. I am
Absolutely. So there you have it. You have a perspective from the General Secretary. He's a young man, and he understands the issues. I think he's positioned to articulate the issue. And these are important and pertinent questions. If you are changing the model in the way we do business, we need to get clarity on the government's position on these important matters. Because obviously we enter into new territory. Whether the government doing it because they want to try something new or because they don't have money, they may be cash strapped, and so they want people to go ahead and do the projects and then we pay them after. Come and say something. Be clear about it. There's always some dark cloud over every initiative that this government attempts to do. And we have 99 questions for every initiative. Why is that so? So you have Polaris. It was sold as this excellent project, and then we find out that there's a number of issues that need to be checked, right? Some uncomfortable questions arose since then. The government attempt to explain it, they fall miserably short. All right, you have this new approach to projects now. They won't explain, they won't sit with us as intelligent people and have a fervent discussion, because they're afraid of questions. Now they're having programs and they don't want nobody ask them a question. Because they just determined that, look, they're going to do what they want and they're hoping that this 7 days thing pass and we're going to forget it. Well, we will not forget it. The people of Grenada will remind it over and over and over again until it's etched in their memory, in their minds, that they can use it to make an informed decision. So if you changing the way we're going to do large projects in the country and not giving us explanation, we cannot trust you. We cannot trust the approach. It might be a good approach, but how would we get information? That is why you have all this speculation and the rambling on social media, and people are raising all kinds of issues, because we're not getting information from the correct source. And these things are new. We need to have an open discussion. They need to involve the opposition in the conversation to get buy-in. What's the secret? Because we're going to use our money. Let's listen to the Better Grenada plan.
We are a party with a plan for a better Grenada. 7 letters that spell the name of our country and 7 broad promises to you. We will guard your wallet, because a family should get to keep more of what it earns at the end of the month. We will recover our economy, not through borrowing, but through agriculture, tourism, and enterprise that puts money in the hands of working men and women. We will empower our young people, equipping them with the skills to earn from the entire world without even having to leave this beautiful island to do it. We will nurture your health and your safety, ensuring quality, affordable health care is within your reach, and that mental health support is woven into every community. We will ensure that our police force is properly resourced to keep your families safe. And we will advance Carriacou and Petite Martinique and the entire diaspora, ensuring that homes are rebuilt, livelihoods are restored, and a port that finally closes the distance between the sister isles and the mainland. Our focus will be about development that truly puts our people at the center of it. So we will develop our farms and our rural communities with guaranteed markets so that farmers know there is a payday waiting at the end of the month. Ensuring food security that protects every household from prices set an ocean away. Finally, we will open access like rent to own starters homes. So a working family can finally own a roof instead of paying rent forever. We will provide access to financial backing for creators and small business owners throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. Guard, recover, empower, nurture, advance, develop, and access. 7 broad commitments, 1 promise, a Grenada that works for everybody, not the few. Now, you have heard many promises before. So let me say this plainly. Do not measure us by our words. Measure us by what already stands. When this economy was on its knees, we did not borrow our way out. We did the hard work and we restored it.
Mm-hmm.
The Imani program gave our young people opportunities. The Kirani James Athletic Stadium, where our children compete and our champion's name is carried to the world.
Mm. So that's a sort of succinct narrative on the Better Grenada plan. Guarding, recovering, empowering, nurturing, advancing, developing, and accessibility. I think those are it's a good architecture for us to chew on that you'd hear much more about. But it's a plan that appears to make sense, that touches and concerns the realities of the ordinary Grenadian and speaks to a move as you've never seen before. Certainly a contrast to what we are experiencing right now. So once people continue to say that they want to hear more, that's something to chew on. Sometimes they say, well, we're not hearing anything. What are the suggestions? Well, there you go. The Better Grenada plan. And that's a move to rebrand Igwe.
Mm-hmm.
To now rebrand, to save our brand. And we have to do a little bit of rebranding because this government has done some damage to our brand. And therefore, the new National Party government seeks to save the brand, to protect our name, and to bring back some integrity to how we do business. We will protect the Grenada Development Bank for what it was purposed to do, to lend a hand to the fisher folk and the farmers and the entrepreneurs and the small business owners, and not to give major loans to the ministers of government. They do it with impunity and the Prime Minister supported it. They broke the law and he supported it. So if you want to know what the NNP will not do, they would not disintegrate and damage the Grenada Development Bank. They will preserve it for what it was purposed to do. In Grenada, we have a lot of work to do, but I believe every Grenadian at home and abroad should pick up their Gideon boots and start doing the work. Call somebody, encourage somebody to register. You get registered. Have family meetings. Bring the discussion on the blocks. Let's get started for change. Let's get started to save brand Grenada. And we start with the Better Grenada plan. It's a good place to start, a good place to have conversations. And when you meet up with the NNP in the town hall meetings, you can ask for greater explanation on the Better Grenadian plan. I think our time is up.
Yeah.
We had an awesome time this morning. Thank you to our listeners and our viewers. Please continue to speak and to discuss the issues. God bless you. One love. Stay safe.
We have Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. The Xtention. Where real conversations begin. Yeah. for talk, time for speak. Time for hear the voices in the streets. The Xtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. Every community got concerns. Every generation got lessons to learn. Parents working hard every day, trying to keep their children on the right way. Some youth searching for opportunity, trying to build a stronger community. Some looking guidance, some looking hope, trying to find a way to cope. The cost of living on many minds. Families trying hard to survive the times. Everybody got a different view, but the conversation belongs to all that we do. No shouting down, no turning away. Every voice deserve a chance to say what's on their heart, what's on their mind. Because solutions start when people combine. Time for talk, time for speak. Time for your devices in the street. The Xtention, bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. The farmers got concerns to raise. Workers talking about modern days. Students thinking about what comes next. Citizens discussing issues and facts. Road safety, education too. Community projects pushing through. Healthcare, housing, youth development. All of them deserve attention. Every caller bring a different story. Different struggles, different journey. But every opinion help reveal what the people truly feel. One nation, many voices, different opinions, shared future. When people talk, people learn, and progress have a chance to return. Respectful debate make democracy strong. Listening to each other help move along. No perfect answers overnight, but discussion can shine a light. Everybody want the country grow. Everybody wants success to show. And when citizens get involved, more problems can get solved. Time for talk, time for sleep. Time for your devices in the street. The Xtention, bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel.